Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, your boy, Dr. Sid, here live at the greatest show on earth. It is finals weekend at Umzansi Esports League. I'm great and happy to be back, but I'm here and I'm not here alone. I'm here with two gentlemen, Tendo and Snare, and everybody knows what's going down tonight. But before we talk too much, let us take a look at the almighty schedule for today. Yes, and there you have it. Semi-final one, Masoom versus Bobo Beast, happening in just a few minutes. It is going to be, as my guy Nate always says, it's a cracker of a match. That is, crackers is going to be cracking like firecrackers, and fireworks is going to be happening because these two guys are going to go at it. But let me ask a question. What are these guys going at it for? They are fighting for a prize pool, which we're going to be telling you about now. Ladies and gentlemen, the prize pool for the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 is a whopping 17,500. Say it like the people from the eastern part of Nigeria called the Igbos, and the 50,000 of that money is going to the PUBG mobile side, while $2,500 international dollars is staying with the winners of the FIFA 22 segment. But ladies and gentlemen, let us now explain to you exactly how the prize money is going to be broken down. Starting from first place, which is to be confirmed after the finals happens, the person is going to get $250. Third place also gets $250. The man who finishes in second place gets $500, while the player who is our winner champion dinner, but we don't say that in FIFA, is going to get $1,200. As you know, all these players are to be confirmed pending the results of the matches that are happening this weekend. So, after that, we know what is happening, and this is the bracket. This is what is happening this weekend. Listen, oh my God, Snare, tell us what we're looking at right now.
Oof. So we're looking at the finale, the culmination of weeks and weeks of gameplay that have finally come down to this. We're in playoff weekend, championship weekend. Masoom versus Bobo Beast, where we're starting off. Of course, Masoom earned his way to the top, grabbing number one seed. Bobo Beast just squeaked in fourth place. So Masoom has the quote-unquote easier matchup. But Bobo Beast this season, especially, we've always known him as a player not to be underestimated, not to be looked over. But he really has leveled up, really has shown that he can hang and compete against the very best of them. And then, of course, we're going to have the Beast Bianchi versus Divac. And the Beast Bianchi, we've seen him really, really up his own level of FIFA this particular season, trying at long last to claim the Nodwin Gaming crown that he has yet to really be able to figure out for himself. And then Divac, at this point in time, he representing Bravado Gaming with Masoom as well, going to be trying to take out the Goliath Talisman in the Beast Bianchi, make sure that he can be the one to get to the top. Masoom is the only person right now that has the opportunity to become double champion. However, there will be no defending champion because Young Savage, unfortunately, is not here. So everybody really eyeing that crown, eyeing that championship. In the fourth season of Nodwin Gaming Africa's Umzansi Esports League is going to be electric with this particular matchup. The best in the business in Masoom versus the young upstart in Bobo Beast. It's always exciting when these kind of matchups happen. And we've seen before that the young upstart is capable of taking Goliath down. So this is the match we really have to keep our eyes on.
Yes, and then let me ask you a question. When you look at this particular match, what are you expecting from these players today?
Yeah, I think when you have to look at it, Bobo has definitely been one of the players that has improved the most, from season three, coming into this season, definitely improved the most. He's, defending has been tightened up quite well. His attacking is a whole lot better, more precise. He knows exactly what his game plan is. And then obviously you have to look at Masoom, who pretty much already had those things on lock, right? We're talking about the competitor, for a long time at his, his peak. And on top of that, he's going undefeated into this, right? So he hasn't lost the game in this entire season. So he's looking really good for this. But I kind of look at this as a magical bracket right now, right, guys? So, I'm here to kind of be the guy to paint this picture for you, right? Masoom versus Bobo. Bobo wins this matchup, right? And Divac versus Bianchi. I have a reckoning that Bianchi probably takes out Divac right there, right? And then we could have a Bobo Beast versus the Beast final, right? And we kind of historically know how that's been, right? Bobo's kind of been on top of that, right? So has this been the magical bracket for Bobo where, the season was bad for Young Savage, for Moby, etc., where he lands up in that fourth spot, just takes it, has to go up against Masoom, who is probably, the biggest title runner right now in this tournament. If he takes him out, I don't think anyone's going to be standing in front of his way, right? Maybe Divac has something lying in his shoulders. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow, right? But I think this matchup right here is going to be explosive. It's going to be exciting. I think we're going to be at the edge of our seats.
I'm already on the edge of my seats, just in case you can't tell. Don't forget about what you're seeing in the backboard. My edge is like there, because I know for a fact that the action we're going to be getting in this particular match tonight is on parallel. And I always like to tell people this is the action that happens in the Umzansi Esports League. You can't get it anywhere else. Northern Gaming is putting Africa on the map, and we have to really give kudos to that. Now, everyone, if you're watching right now, make sure wherever you are dropping comments everywhere. You are being part of this, because we want to know what are your predictions for this particular match. While I'm asking the guys, I want to say, Tendo, give me your prediction for this semi-final one, and then Snare, drop yours as well.
Yeah, like I said, I'm looking at the bracket a little bit whimsically, and it's like the magical bracket for me where we could get, a repeat and Kosi, Super Cup, champion working his way up to the top. So I'm gonna have to give it to Bobo here. I think it's gonna be a very tight game, right? But I think we're looking at 4-3 on the aggregate.
4-3 on the aggregates. Negodemos, come on.
All right, so this particular matchup, Masoom has looked really, really good this season. Bobo Beast, of course, the upstart, but I don't know. Masoom, it feels like the curse. He really wants to break it. Nobody thus far has been able to climb the mountain twice. Umzansi Esports League has yet to have the dual champion, but I think Masoom, I'm not sure whether he does it on Sunday, but something tells me that he's got the matchup today. I would say, it's going to be a close one anyway, but I think he's going to be in goal-scoring form as well. So I'm going to say 5-3. Can't believe it, but I don't know. The Hitman, the Surgeon, the upgrade, actually, from the Hitman to the Surgeon, he's just been a bit too clean. So I think he's going to be able to get himself into the final day of competition.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from our professionals right there. We are waiting. I think the match is about to start. Please let me just check on the room and see what the players are doing. Yes, it's looking like we're literally about to kick off while we are waiting for the players. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it is. My name is Dr. Sid. We are about to go into the arena for the first semi-final of this amazing season. Coming to an end, I can't believe it. It just happened so fast in my eyes. Really can't wait. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick off, and I leave you in the very capable hands of Snare and Tendo as they're walking through the action. That is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 FIFA Semi-Final 1.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. Tendo, as Dr. Sid is busy dealing with the emptiness syndrome, we're getting into the game here. Gonna be a very close one. Of course, Masoom has lived up to the Invincibles FC tag. He's gone undefeated, like you mentioned, this season. And he's looking to be able to make that happen again. However, Bobo Beast has also found experience. Last season, remember, he was the only person to beat the undefeated person of the Beast Bianchi, ruin his record. Might be able to do the same here against somebody else who's had such a great time in the season. So I think you really have to work him over and get goals as early as humanly possible. Do not give Bobo Beast the opportunity to surprise you as the game goes on.
Looks like Masoom is riling things up quite early, yeah? Bobo looked like he's strung some attacks together, and the opening has opened up right here.
Okay.
I mean, it's clockwork. You know what I'm talking about, yeah. I mean, Bobo just felt a little bit asleep on that attack. Didn't really seem like he was, up to the defense, but now he does have the ball to try and reset himself, and that's not good coming into this one, right? You're coming into this as, statistically not the favorites in this matchup and to win the entire league, and you start off with an early goal doesn't really bode well for you, but we'll see exactly what Bobo can string together. It's only the beginning. It's only 11 minutes into this game, yes. So thus far, I mean, Masoom's here to play. Masoom's here to become a title champion.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing though is that Masoom generally has been a bit slower off the mark with how good he plays, so it bodes very badly for Bobo that he's led through an early one, but there's still time. See what he's going to be able to do here, and we have seen that Bobo is the kind of player that historically gets riled up when he starts having a bit of issues. Last season was the opposite situation. As soon as he gets scored again, suddenly the fire was out, but we've seen him rally this time around. Twice in the playoffs. Right now, with Fofana trying to get the ball forward. I've seen that player come up a lot in a lot of new Ultimate teams, so expecting that to also be a feature in this weekend quite heavily, although this time around wasn't able to get the successful attack together. And he has felt, like you mentioned, a little bit tame, not really as incisive with how far up he's able to carry this ball. But maybe he's still warming up here, making sure that he has the perfect opportunity. Like this pass might work out for him. Mbappe carrying the ball to the edge of the box, trying to sniff out some support play in the middle. Doesn't lose the ball though, despite the very strong challenge. Where does he go with this? Hands Fofana. Is it Fofana? Gets it back to Neymar. Neymar goes for the shot. It's over the keeper, but it doesn't go into the back of the net. Achraf Hakimi, the great prophet, gets there first and keeps it a clean sheet so far for Masoom.
I don't know what to say. That's just a little bit unfortunate for him, especially after he gets control of that ball on the edge. It looked like it was going in. Defenders there, snaps it out. Awkward goalkeeping. We don't really see that often. You know, this season goalkeepers have kind of been the highlight, right, of the entire tournament. And Neymar is looking to make a highlight, but gets stopped in his tracks. As we reset on this one with Masoom. Masoom now playing the ball down the middle. Back to the wing. Mbappe holding on to it. He's trying to find some channels, trying to find an opening. There's a run on the wing. That's an option, but it's being closed off well by Bobo, so it doesn't really look like he's going for it. But here he is with Mbappe. Mbappe to Neymar. Neymar's in the box. He's dangerous for the shot. The shot's blocked, though. Gonna be able to reset here, Bobo.
Good read from Bobo Beast to keep the ball out in that situation. Keeper might have been beaten, but he understood. Keep the track onto Neymar's shot rather than onto the player himself. Watch the ball, not his feet, and you're going to be able to keep, at least for now, only a 1-goal deficit for yourself. Back up now. Finding Dembele. Wesley Fofana gets it back to Laurent. Very nice pass to Mbappe, but he can't get past Mbappe. Another somebody that we've seen every game. Yeah, you're right. Too many touches. He felt just a bit. You know, sometimes you get the ball at a pace that you're not really expecting, and he couldn't control it well enough, so it ends up going out. He's going to have another bite at the cherry here because he's still in possession.
Yeah, he's, like you said, you know, sometimes his fire would be extinguished, but right now you can definitely see the fire still inside Bobo as he's trying to string a couple of attacks together. Options not really looking too good for him in front, but does find the one, finds another in the box, but there's just a wall waiting for him, and the defense is rock solid from Masoom thus far. And I mean, he's composed, he's cool, he's calm. You know, the Iceman is doing what he does best, absorbing pressure and then working off it to get his own counter attacks. And you know, it's making Bobo panic a little bit sometimes with how many players he has to track back. But hey, for now he's holding on. It's only 1 goal. Half's about to end. There's an option there on the wing that doesn't quite find, but now Laurent's gonna run it out.
Yeah, it took a little bit too much time to isolate the passing lane that side, so Vinny Jr. unfortunately can't really get himself onto the ball. Will be a bit of a sad situation. Might have been a very easy goal scoring opportunity, but we have to do this the hard way. Masoom though, gonna make him work for it. He's on the attack now again, and does he manage to find Mbappe looking for the ball forward? Very good decisive defending coming out right there. Could have really been a situation if you try to get the ball back. I think that he might not have been able to in the air, but makes the right decision, the correct read in that situation. Bobo still somehow keeping this up, you know, making it look like the first goal is not going to be the template of how this game is going to look as we're getting towards the end of this first half. It hasn't really been one of these halves that has flown by. It's felt very tense because it feels like Bobo is just doing his best just to try and get the correct read on the tempo of the game. And as time has been going on, we have been spending increasingly more time inside Masoom's half, which bodes well for Bobo. If he can defend against this though, Mbappe, he's on it. Masoom looking for his second goal, can't get the pass into Neymar. It's not going to be a goal just yet.
Yeah, tracking back's been really good from Bobo thus far, that, you know, what I've seen from his defense. And I kind of think that goal just went in a little bit unexpected. You know, the nerves gotta hit you sometimes as well, right? Because for him, hasn't had to, you know, had the opportunity to be on a stage like this where you're in the playoffs, right? And even if he does come out of this, he is walking away with something in his back pocket, which isn't something that he could have said last season, right? So there's still a lot to play for him just to get into that grand final. It's looking good. You know, we can't really say, you know, the ship is sinking just yet. It's just a 1-goal deficit, and the goal, like we said, was really unexpected, I think, for all of us to just fly in so quickly. Masoom gonna have to, I think, dial it up a little bit though, right? Because maybe he's too comfortable right now, Snare. Don't you agree? Like, you know, if someone really wants to get in that final by now, he should be, you know, firing at all cylinders and just putting this one in the coffin.
I normally have expected Masoom to be a bit slow off the mark, but even for him, this is a bit of a slower performance, and that kind of attack, for example, Sometimes we've seen him just try to lash over a pass or just a straight up shot, receiving that ball.
Lackadaisical, you know.
But yeah, it could be that going up against Bobo Beast, he feels like he has an easier time, doesn't have to. He can save some strats, you know, save all the pressure for the finals. But seeing often that can end up biting you, and the consequences might be too much. And Bobo gonna make him pay. What a goal!
What a goal! Hello.
What a goal! What a setup! Bobo Beast off the mark. He's like, all right, cool. You're not gonna put me into the bed. Not gonna put me into the coffin. Fine. Ready to deal with the zombie because, geez, he comes back to life right now. It's 1-1 all of a sudden here, Tendo.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you'd love to see, you know, analyzing this game just based off how the season's been going. You know, the invincible team coming into this one, can, you know, they be cracked by this up-and-coming rising star in Bobo Beast? And right now it's leveled up. And now you can see the tempo starting to be picked up by Masoom. He's really looking for these passes with Mbappe, who's inside, but there's so many defenders. Oh my goodness. How's the ball still in play? The shot goes in. It's a goal. That's offside. No, it's on. It's in.
It's on. It's a goal.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Looks like Masoom needed to be scored against to wake up a little bit as well. To be like, all right, fine. I'm here to play as well. Don't worry. He heard you, Tendo. He's out here trying to get himself into the finals.
He definitely picked it up immediately after that goal, and you know, we say it time and time again here, right, Sned, that the easiest time to get scored is right after you score, and exactly what's going on here. It's another one.
Woo! All right, Mbappe yet again for the other side, coming through into the top corner. What a goal! Literally, as you were saying it, the easiest time to get scored against was as you score. Oh wow! Oh, we've got a semi-final on our hands. 2-2 right now. Incredibly close. This is just the first leg. I mean, the first half was a little bit slow, right? The surprise goal seemed like it was just going to be Masoom on cruise control, but Bobo B is going to make him work for it. You're not getting into the finals that easily, my friend. You're going to be there, you have to earn it. And with goals like that, the way he was able to cut through the defensive lanes, honestly, like, Masoom is not going to be worried about what's happened, but definitely going to be put on notice about how much harder he's going to have to defend now and how much more goals he'll need to truly be ahead. Wow. And he's going to get one off a turn, lashes it into the top corner. How did he not get dispossessed? That ball control, immaculate from Masoom. And Invincibles back up, back in position. We're still smoothly sailing for Masoom. Well, it's not smooth sailing at all. It's some really choppy waters, but he's navigating them well. And he's ahead, but how much longer does he stay ahead with how tight this contest is?
It's hard to even determine where the momentum is favored right now. Yes, you know, Bobo's down, but just based on the kind of goals that he's been scoring here, you want to give the momentum towards him. I think Masoom's just retaliating to kind of what Bobo's doing to try and score these goals, you know. But here he is once again. Bobo is just finding these channels, and I don't know why they're not getting closed off. I Masoom. The read doesn't seem to be on well. Just look at that. He finds just a little bit of room to work with, but not enough as Kimpembe, the brick wall that has been inside this Umzansi Esports season here, hosted by Nodwin Gaming, retains it, and the ball's now on the wing. It's playing up. Bit of an ambitious pass. Don't know about that one. He's gonna have to just reset that one, I think, there.
Bobo seems to have mastered like being able to control these wings in this particular game. Masoom has found a lot more success going in other directions, but Bobo is finding great success through the middle. Almost gets past Marquinhos in that situation, who has gotten past him before with those exact passes, and Masoom starting to acclimate a little bit better, but Bobo is still looking very dangerous in those positions. And I wouldn't put it past him to find one more goal before Masoom is able to fully plug this gap. Bobo finds Mbappe from Pofana, gets it to Neymar. Oh, good foot forward. That was really close because that could have been quite dangerous. So the ball gets past him right there, then he suddenly finds himself overloaded on the back, but was very lucky that the ball does get that slight touch, allowing him to retain possession in the final third.
Oh, dangerous spot once again here with Neymar. Bobo finds himself, and these channels, thankfully, Kimpembe's legs are long enough to stop that one coming through. Now it's going to be an attack here for Masoom. Masoom finds Messi, who gets closed off real quick and doesn't really get to work off that play. He pushed the ball a bit too forward there, I think. You know, Bobo was hoping for something different, and now he's put himself in danger as the ball's in play in the box here, but doesn't seem like anybody's really got the initiative to finish that one off the side of Masoom. And the counter's on once again here for Bobo. 80 minutes on the clock here. What's going to happen? How's it going to pan out? Ooh, the pass! Cut off well there by Masoom.
Masoom has figured it out. He's figured it out. He's gotten his breath back. He's like, all right, I know exactly what's happening in that situation. So you close off my wings. I close off your access through these middle channels. Makes it happen for himself to get the ball back. And Neymar receives it off of Messi. Will he be able to find the other player back? He does. And Messi keeps goal position there. Where is this going? Masoom happy to keep possession of this ball in these dying moments of the game. Messi back on the pass from Neymar. He's inside the box now, looking for Mbappe. He finds him. Will he get another good turn on the goal? The turn will be there, but we finally get some good goalkeeper reflexes showing up. Allison pounces on it, potentially giving Bobo Beast the last play of this game. What will Bobo Beast do with this opportunity? He has one chance to get this goal. Will he get it? Vinny Jr.'s on the wing, but the time ticking, Tendo. Does he have what it takes to get this goal at the very end of the game right now?
He's holding on to the ball, you know, for a really long time without really progressing it forward. And he needs to find something. Find someone there. Takes the shot. The keeper with the reflexes, though, sends it wide. Just on the 90th minute. Gonna go for a corner. And I mean, yeah, I think this is the semi-final we wanted, you know, Snare. We didn't want it to really be a walk in the park for Masoom, and it definitely hasn't been, you know, the case. He's really had to fight his way into this one, but definitely, you know, Masoom is coming up with, you know, a little bit more class than Bobo in certain respects, right? Just with holding his composure, and I guess that's why he's leading.
Yeah.
And this corner, I mean, can determine everything. If it's a good, is it low? Just to pull it back in. Gonna look for the cross. The cross is in. The cross is good.
Oh! What? Leon comes off the bench to head on the goal. What? Are you kidding me? What? Yo. Okay. Bobo Beast, right? Definitely came to play. He definitely understands the stakes. You're talking about he's never been on a stage this big. He's never been in a situation like this in a playoff weekend. But Tendo, honestly, the way he played this game, the way he looked in semifinal one, the way he looked in this leg, he felt right at home in this playoff situation.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love to see the story of it, right? You know, he's here fighting against, you know, top of the league, first seed into this, you know, playoff weekend, and he's holding his own, you know, and you'd probably want to give him the lead in this kind of situation based off how that first goal went for Masoom. It just felt like, you know, we said he wasn't really awake in the beginning. He was a little bit offline, but as soon as he woke up, everything started, you know, to gel together for him and the team. And we're in this situation where it's a BO1, you know, to determine who's going to be in the grand final, right? You know, we talk about it the entire season where we end on a draw in this first leg, and then here we are. I don't know who to give it to, honestly, because I think they're, you know, competing at a level where no one's really outclassing the other just yet. You know, I think, like I said, Masoom does have the edge, right? He does have more experience on this kind of stage, but is the experience going to be enough of an edge for him to, you know, get it over the line?
Yeah, that is the question that he has to be asking himself as well, right? Coming into the game, because he's been in these situations before where you are ahead for most of the game, you end up drawing out the first leg, and now it all comes down to that do or die clutch situation, where it's mostly about big game mentality. It's mostly about how well you fit with your team, how good you're feeling about the matchup, what ideas that you bring to the table, right? The entire 8 weeks don't really matter right now, right? It all matters what comes down to this one game. 2 more halves, this final leg. Can he make it happen? Let's go. Masoom versus Bobo Beast. I'm glad that it's all tied up because now it easily all comes down to this. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have to be a good start on defense, I think, for both sides, right? Because look, it's already spilling all over for Bobo, it looks like, but he's closing it off well. At least the keeper can recycle it and doesn't have to go out for a corner. Yeah, I think he just needs to find some way to reset, get the ball. But I think he's just going to go for the shots here, Masoom. And I think it's just a little bit too much for me to start off, you know, guys. After that hectic game, they're just running into this one. Masoom's being a little bit unrelentless here with the shots. Oh. And he's just in his face over and over again here. And Bobo just doesn't have an answer right now. It just started so abruptly that even I couldn't get my breath.
It's Masoom recognizing that if I cannot give this room to breathe, I have to really put him away. He sees that I got the early goal, but I didn't put him to bed properly. So now time to get really going. I'm revved up, early goal, and this time it's not a fluke. He made that one happen. OB certainly has no excuses about not being awake. And already Masoom I might be finding himself in his second overall grand finals here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. He's our Season 2 champion. Can he get back to that kind of form? He's looking for it right now. And he's on the ball. Kessier, who does he find? He just picks up Neymar, who's going to be able to isolate Mbappe. The dribbles are on right now from Mbappe, and what a pass in through Neymar, who's on the edge of the touchline right now. Bit of a tight angle to squeeze through a goal. Goes for the shot after the pass. Sadly, Allison on form. No Donnarummas today, but Allison seems to still be up to the task. Bobo Beast still in a good situation. And what a ball here, Tendo. He might get a goal back immediately.
He might be able to get a goal back. Okay. It's going out for the corner. He's going to play it short here. Bobo really needs to find an answer, and he's good with the crosses, but not this time. Will he be able to get the ball from the sky? Doesn't look. It does. It goes his favor. Be able to play this throw in. He's got the ball in now with Vinny. Lorente finds one in the middle. This could be his moment to pull himself back into this tie that's really been a struggle for him thus far. Can he find any options? But he's just getting closed down by all the defenders there on Masoom, and it just feels like Masoom is now awake. You know, the Iceman is warmed up, and everything he's doing is once again clinical, like he's a doctor at Sanhok Hospital or something like that. He's here to cut him apart, and cutting him apart seems to be what Bobo's trying to do with some of these shots, but aren't really connecting towards the post. Now Masoom will be able to reset it. Yep.
I was going to say, it's interesting how Masoom has changed his approach to defending here, because earlier on, we saw him being very aggressive with attempted interceptions, attempted tackles, but now he's just absorbing all that pressure, waiting for Bobo Beast to find a struggle and wait for his impatience to try and play a bad ball and then try and attack from there. And it's been working for him. Bobo, thus far, here in this leg, has found it very difficult to get through the ball, even though he's seen a lot of it. He's played a lot of touches, but hasn't necessarily worked out. But now he might be in on space. The tackle from Masoom might allow the numerical overload, but Kimpepe closes down onto Mbappe, muscles him off the ball, will prevent a goal going the other side. And that could have been a disaster, but Masoom doesn't end up paying for the mistake in midfield. He's still back on the ball here, Tindo.
There's just a little bit more swag about Masoom now as well, right? The way he's playing, it feels as if, you know, he treated that first leg as a bit of a warm-up. Just look at the kind of passes he's coming through with, cutting through the defense. But hey, on the side of Bobo, he's able to retain himself, right? He's holding the line well, isn't really breaking off to, you know, allow these channels to really be affecting him. Same situation as that first leg, right? Where he gets a really early goal in, and it kind of seems like he's thumbling the bag, but he's putting everything back inside and things down. Needs control a little bit. Everything slowed down as well, right? Because it was really fast paced when we started off. You know, you couldn't even see what was going on. Now everything just seems a little bit more methodical from both sides. 30 minutes on the clock as well. So everything's ticking down here for Bobo. He needs to find, you know, this goal to get himself back into this.
As long as he can maintain the same composure that allowed him to gain a goal at the very end of the first leg, then he should be still good for the money. At least get one more goal back, and Bobo is on it now. These slow passes. For final five name on the turn.
The turn.
Unfortunately, the goalkeeper reflexes, and there was a bit of a scramble with the spill. Sadly for Bobo Beast, I don't think he anticipated the ball would be just like curled out into the box like that. But what a turn, what a shot, what a statement of intent from Bobo. And those situations, if he keeps finding himself in those positions, it feels like a goal is inevitable. So Masoom needs to make sure that he's still getting his own scoring sheet as high as humanly possible.
Yeah, and right now Masoom is taking a bit of a back foot. Does seem like Bobo has a little bit more possession as well. And look at these channels that he's just opening up. Pass isn't exactly where he wants it to be in that situation. We even have a yellow card on the side of Masoom, spilling a little bit of desperation to hold on to this lead maybe.
One goal miss.
Yeah, one goal. You know how it goes. We've seen how it goes.
We've seen how it goes. Too many times we've seen exactly how it goes, you know. Oh, Bobo with this one. He's back in possession. Oh, okay, Dembele inside the box. Beautiful dribble. He's still on possession here. Not getting muscled off just yet. Marcos Laurent, what's he going to do with this here? Who does he pick out? Finds Vinny Jr. Vinny Jr. with the shot. Vinny Jr. with the goal. He's
like
back.
we were talking about. It's just one goal. It's not really a good cushion to really say you're in the lead with, right? So once again, we're going to go into the half, at a tie at this rate. And I mean, that second half is just going to be explosive. I mean, it's all or nothing there. It's either you're walking away from this weekend as the guy that tried or the guy that did do it. And the guy that is doing it is definitely Masoom here, who's Neymar, who says, no, I'm going to retain this lead into this half. And Bobo's on the back foot once again, which we've seen time and time again. And Snare, I got to ask, is it going to just be this back and forth of Masoom scores, then Bobo's like, nah, I'm still in this one? Or is Masoom really going to finally take this lead? Will he get this extra goal to just extend this cushion of his?
If you'd asked me beforehand, I would have said at least one more goal will come from him. It also would have been nice to preserve my prediction, but at this rate, it feels like Bobo Beast is really, really not going to allow Masoom to walk away with this without putting in 110% effort. This one goal, Bobo Beast can easily get one back. It's actually kind of fortunate for Masoom that halftime came at that exact moment so that there wasn't that opportunity for the immediate goal play back in the opposite direction. And Bobo, earlier on you were talking about how you think he might be able to come away with this. You're talking about the potential story for him being the giant killer in general. And he might be able to do it, but he needs to defend against this attack. Because Masoom, once his place in the annals of history, wants to become the double champion, finds Neymar with the ball, the goal scorer, looking for another one. Will he be able to get past Alisson? He finds Mbappe. What a save! Are you kidding me? What?
Some of the stops we've seen this season, I'm telling you, man, it's been absolutely insane. And Bobo is holding on. And yeah, you're right. Like I said, it was kind of a magical bracket for me when I was looking at it, right? And here's exactly why, because I really felt that Bobo could take on Masoom on a good day. And I wouldn't say it's a good day right now for both players because it's not going easy for Masoom. It's not, okay, all right. Just had to wait and see if the shot was coming through for the goal, but keeper stops it. But yeah, it's not been easy for Masoom, right? And it hasn't really been too much of an uphill climb for Bobo, which is kind of how you'd want a competitive game to go when it's an underdog versus someone of Masoom's caliber, right? So there's still time to play for here, Snare. I mean, the defense just needs to be rock solid from Bobo if he wants anything to do with this. And I mean, extra time's on the hands as well, isn't it?
Yeah, we are down to the wire, so interesting things can happen if we do have a draw situation. So you definitely want to win in the normal allocated time, and now this is a perfect time. The channel's open again, but can Mbappe get through here? Looking for these dribbles. Does he isolate Mbappe? Neymar. Oh, Neymar's still there. Neymar gets the spilled ball, gets it out to Dembele, but the tackle's still going to be good. Bobo, though, playing very heavy with the front foot. There's so many players forward, so this could be a dangerous place to be in. But Masoom doesn't want to try take the attempted overload there. He'll rather just play it out slowly but surely to find Vinny Jr., who's going to hopefully hold it up long enough for some allies to arrive. And what a pass to Mbappe. And what a flip over. But sadly, goalkeeper reflexes a little bit too good.
I got a little bit excited there. Oh, no! Sometimes you got to take one for the team. Sometimes you have to take one for the team. And that's the only thing I can say from that. There's nothing more. Sometimes you got to take one for the team. I mean...
it's a red card. It's a red card tackle. He knows, though. He knows.
Yeah, it has to be a red card. There's no ways, man. He was on goal. Yeah. I mean, he broke away, and that was it. That was, Championship Sunday. He was slipping away from his fingers, and Masoom was like, nah,
yeah,
we're going to have that one.
Honestly, though, it's a bit of an issue because Mbappe, the player being sent off, has also been the rock. How many goals did we see? How many times was Mbappe in through on goal where the only thing that prevented Masoom from getting scored against was Mbappe in that position? Now that he's out completely.
And there's time as well to play for.
And there's time, exactly. There's a lot of this half left. There's a lot of this half that's left. So this might be his opportunity here for Bobo Beast. At this point, I think he's proving that he's only an underdog when it comes to name recognition. But when it comes to his actual play on the pitch, he can really hang with the best of them. Masoom was putting in all his effort just to be able to get this one goal lead. So now that he's going to have to be playing with a disadvantage, he has to play hyper defensively now to just try to close this one out. But it's not that easy to do against a player who's as hungry as Bobo's going to be for this next goal and potentially for his first finals here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa.
He's in, but can't really capitalize off that free kick. And I think this is where champions are really built, right? Especially if you're looking at Masoom, because he's down a man. you know, and now he really needs to hold his defense together because all these channels that Bobo was exploiting earlier going to be even more susceptible, especially since, you know, the rock of the team is gone. And yeah, that's what he's got to do. He's going to have to game manage. He's going to have to try play it a little bit slowly. And it's a bit of an interesting one, right? Do you fault him for playing like this when Championship Sunday is on the line? He still has to make a couple of progressive attacks, right? Because hanging back too long can be a situation in on its own. But now we actually have to look to Bobo to step up to the plate, right? Because it's tough if he plays too aggressive. Now he's opening up space for, you know, Masoom to work with, just like this right here.
No.
But cleans it up.
Masoom is, you can tell he's also trying to play in such a way as to force Bobo into making mistakes. Spending as much time as he can on the ball, being a little bit cocky with the passes, just trying to put him into an uncomfortable situation, not allow Bobo to utilize the additional man advantage as well as he can. And this can work, you know. So obviously, there's going to be people who complain about this, but winning is winning. These are tactics for a reason. And it's in the game, so you have to utilize it if you want to grab the win. You know, he got a tactical red card. He had to make it happen. Otherwise, that was 100% a goal. And he's going to have to try and do his best to hold off and prevent this next goal. Bobo has paused things up to try and make a change. But for now, until that pause comes in, let's see what he can do with this ball. As Mbappe is on the receiving end. And he's also trying to slow things down a bit to make sure that he retains possession. Because he knows if he gives it back to Masoom, Masoom was going to game manage the hell out of the remainder of this time.
Yeah, gets an offside there as well. 15 minutes on the board, and I mean, you got to be holding your breath. You have to be at the edge of your seat here, right? Because I mean, he just needs the one goal at least to, you know, keep things going, keep his dream just there in reach for him. We'll see if the changes are good that he brings on here. I mean, Goretzka's always been a good pick for him. I mean, the winner for the last, well, not the winner, the draw for the first leg, right? So yeah, I mean, we'll just have to, you know, really see how he contains the situation that Masoom has put himself in as well, right? Because Masoom's really smart with that tactical red card the way he's playing now, right? Because he's just trying to force a foul, trying to, you know, suck onto the ball, wait, and just drain the clock. Because ultimately he's in the lead and he can just drain the clock. But hey, here he goes, and there's that overlap there in the middle that no one's really covering because there's no one there, and the shot comes through. And we got a game on our hands now.
And twice in a row that Bobo Beats has gotten the substitute superstar coming in to score the goal immediately off the bench. How does this guy know who to bring in at the perfect moment? Last time it was Leon Goretzka, this time it's Corona. And now with this 2-2, it's all tied up. Invincibles for Masoom. He still hasn't lost yet. But if there's ever going to be a time when you really don't favor him with the last 10 minutes, it has to be where he's down to 10 men. It has to be in a situation where Bobo Beast is resurgent, where Bobo Beast is trying to change the story of South African esports, of FIFA on the continent. Everybody's going to know his name. And you got to love that he's doing this by himself. No org behind him. It's just Bobo Beast with his own belief in himself. And he's one step away here, Tendo, from being the grand finalist, getting himself into Championship Sunday. What a player, but it's not over yet. Still a few more minutes. And potentially, still some interesting things to come with how the game's going to unfold. So both players under a lot of pressure to score right here, right now, with the 5 minutes left in the dying embers of the game.
Look how many players Masoom has back as well. He's not really committing to any players in front, just the ones that matter, the ones that can get him the goal where he needs it. And Bobo's also just holding on, not really shooting off his mark. He's really contained with his defending right now, methodical. And yeah, every way you dissect this game, right, it's just wow, honestly. You know, Masoom is getting stretched to the very limit at this point, right? You have to say it. Even if he somehow scores right now, he was stretched to the limit. He's not going to walk into Championship Sunday too confident after this one, right? Because Bobo's really giving him a run for his money. But yeah, let's wait. See, there's a corner here. It's played short by Masoom. What can happen?
This is the quote-unquote easy matchup for him, right?
Yeah.
You earn the...
I mean, if you look at the bracket, the easiest matchup if you think about it, right?
Yep. Bobo B showing that there's nothing easy about getting yourself into playoff weekend. Nothing easy about winning the Umzansi Esports League. Brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Masoom, he's looks like he's going to tank it. He's not going to try and get the win here. All right. Interesting things are about here. We are going to have some additional gameplay to try and resolve who wins this one out. Unless Masoom can make this attack happen. Paul Pogba Will he be able to get this goal? Gets it back to Mbappe. Mbappe looking for a chance to get off a shot. Will not be able to do so. Bobo clears his lines. Bobo keeps the game going. Bobo wants the Sunday. He wants to make it happen. So this game is not done. This game will continue. The matchup between the two players is going into extra time.
I mean, what a way to start the weekend off, right? First semi-final going into OT here. And I mean, who do you even give it to here, Snare? Like, let's just discuss that, right? Because it's really tough. Because it's just like Bobo's there, but just doesn't have it to stretch it past Masoom, because he hasn't been in the lead, I think, the entire time. He's just been kind of fighting back and climbing up the ladder a little bit, right? Just to try and catch up. But Masoom's there, but he's unable to close it up.
Yeah, it's kind of a situation where, you know, from both directions, neither of them are going to be extremely happy about how things have panned out. Masoom, now that we're going into this, right, we also have to take into account that he is still playing with 10 men. It's one thing to run down the clock with 10 men. It's quite another thing entirely to still have to play extra time to utilize these players. You know, energy is already being stretched in with how much of that half they had to play with running all up and down the pitch. So the man management is going to have to be amazing from Masoom. And Bobo Beast, though, he also has to make sure he doesn't succumb to pressure, right? Doesn't allow himself to psych himself out and end up just giving away the win here. He's going to be kicking himself. This is the golden opportunity to take down Masoom, to make sure he deliver his first loss to him in playoff weekend. Can he make it happen? He's on the ball now, running things up slowly. The last goal was scored by him. He's trying to repeat his success, but the pass does go a bit errant. And it feels like the temperature, or rather the pressure, has increased to the point where both players are getting a bit more timid again, realizing that every single touch on this ball might have the potential to change your fate here in the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, it's tense. It's tense here, it's tense in the stadium. I'm sure it's tense where the players are playing. So that's an offside. You can mistakes like that from Masoom, you see them rarely, right? You know, these offside passes, and you can just see when you have to be stretched to the limit, sometimes some unorthodox things happen. And Bobo retaining possession of the ball. And I mean, you have to be looking at Bobo, I think, right now, because Masoom is not really, you know, in a good situation, right? Like you said, the red card. Now he has to manage the extra time. The energies of the players aren't looking good, but he's got that overlap over here, Bobo. He's got that extra player to work with. And look at that, he just runs through! The shot comes through, the keeper sends it wide!
Oh my goodness, Bobo. He got a bit greedy there. He actually had the time and the space. He could have either gotten closer or tried to find Neymar.
Yeah.
Oh, but he thought I might not have another chance, or this, I just want to go right now, the goal. Just at the very end of the first half of extra time. Might have been Bobo Beast booking himself into Championship Sunday, but he let nerves get the better of him. He still has a lot of game to play, but man, he's not going to be happy about this. Does he maybe have enough time left before the referee blows the whistle? Looks like he will have at least one more attempt on goal here. See who we can isolate. Corona finds Neymar. Neymar's in. Neymar's trying to get past Allison. He makes it happen, but Allison comes back, gets in on the ball. It's not going to be a foul. And that's twice now that Bobo Beast has been in the situation to really get himself into Sunday, but just couldn't make it happen. Just didn't have the 5% extra to get that goal.
So penalties, right, could be an option here. And do you think Masoom's maybe playing for that? You know, given the fact that he's down the man, and, you know, if he does try to attack and get that goal, can overextend himself and doesn't have that extra player to back him up in the back line, is it too risky for him right now? Is maybe penalties is better? Because sometimes that's a game plan, right? You know, drawing the ball out, drawing the extra time as well. We don't have the man capacity. Do we go for the shootout? Bobo doesn't want to shoot out, that's for sure. We can just see the way he played in that first half, you know, of the extra time. He's here to play. He's looking for the goal.
I think Masoom, probably nobody wants the penalty, because even if you are playing for that, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get yourself ahead in the situation. But, you know, he'd prefer that to just losing outright. And he might lose outright here because Bobo, desperate to try and get this goal back. He doesn't want this. He wants to get into Championship Sunday clean. But Masoom might be weighing his options, asking himself, can I really survive another 10 minutes here? He's finally got the ball.
Just look at the kind of passes
right?
he's playing.
Yep. Yeah, he's playing.
There's no real drive to get a goal here. He's just trying to pick apart the defense as much as he can to maybe find a run that he can work with without committing too many players forward. But yeah, it's kind of like penalty shootout mentality here. I mean, you can see it even when you're watching like a live game, you know, like a real game. Like sometimes they're just like, hey guys, let's just drown it out. That's maybe what's happening.
Oh, can he do so successfully though? He's done wasted a lot of time, most of it in fact, here in the second half of extra time, holding onto the ball. Bobo also knows that he doesn't want to commit forward, make a mistake, and suddenly find himself overstretched on his own defense. It's allowed Masoom to literally, with back passes and side passes, carry the ball into the final third now. So we could just see him explode to life, having lulled Bobo Beast into a false sense of security. What will Bobo do? Only got a few minutes left of this leg, got a few minutes left of normal time, or normal extra time rather, before we get to the much dreaded penalties. Bobo, he needs to do something. He needs to get this ball from Masoom. Masoom's literally been walking with this ball the entire half. What is happening here, Tendo?
And the Iceman doesn't want to crack, you know? That's basically what's happening. He's taking it down to the wire. But, okay. All right. Maybe the play's on here. Maybe he's just going to try explode in the final minutes. Is the Iceman himself going to secure his spot into Championship Sunday in the dying embers here of this first semi-final of the week?
No way. Ooh, okay. Honestly, Masoom, you deserve penalties. No, you don't deserve to win like this anymore. I'd be so frustrated if you just walked through, got this dub. But here we are, Tendo. This is the way to start the semi-finals. Penalties. Bobo is going to have to defend the first one, and he doesn't make it happen. Invincibles FC still maintaining the record. Masoom got himself the goal. Such a scary situation.
Oh! No! First penalty up, and he misses it there. Masoom now, easy for him. And maybe this man just practices penalties, you know? Maybe he's ready for this. But at least he pulls one back, Bobo. Still tight for him. Messi's on, gets the goal in, and yeah, he's pulling ahead well.
What will Masoom do? Will he defend this one? Nope. Okay. Bobo still has a chance, but he has to get a save soon.
He has to.
It has to be. Is it going to be now? It's going to be right now. He's got to save. He's got to save. Okay.
We have a shootout. We have a shootout.
Does he get this? He makes it happen. Oh my gosh. Tendo.
Okay.
Tendo. Is this story writing itself? Is Paul Pogba?
Story writing? Is Paul Pogba coming to the lineup for the penalty? He takes the shot. It goes in though.
Oh my gosh.
So now here it is. This is it. Will the Iceman secure his spot in? It doesn't look like it's gonna happen right now, and we're gonna keep going.
Golden goal in the situation now. Fofana gets it in right past Allison. Bobo Beast. Leon has been his hero before. He's going to be his hero again. Keeps him in it. It's 5-5. We're still going. We're still going.
Oh!
Teo Hernandez! Oh no. Okay.
Okay. This is it. He needs to put it in. He needs to sink it.
Bobo!
No ways. We go down to the wire. The game that just went back and forth like a yo-yo. You wouldn't call it looking at it. Here it goes. To the shootout.
My gosh. Bobo Beast in the shootout.
In the shootout.
The story. He beat the Invincibles. He took down the Beast last season. Takes out the Invincibles. Masoom this season. There's no double champion. There's no returning champion. No matter what, we have a new champion for Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. You couldn't write this story if you tried. What just happened?
I can't believe it myself, my brother. Listen, I was watching that game and I was like, what is going on? The goals just kept coming in. The players were relentless. And then Masoom holding out for the penalty shootout and saying, you know what, I'm going to take my chances. And then just at the last minute, thinking that he could push a goal in. But that was some amazing, tense penalty shootouts. I mean, Tendo, for you, what are your highlights after that game, bro?
Wow, I mean, I think just the resilience that Bobo showed to keep coming back into this one, right? Underdog FC is no longer an underdog, guys. Honestly, we can't even, you know, he takes down the Iceman, the Invincible in this tie. And the prophecy is writing itself, right? Like I said, this is like, you know, if you look at the bracket, this is the match that, you know, if you give Bobo, he needs to win this, because if he gets into that final, it's gonna be probably the Beast, just based on kind of like, you know, how ties have gone with him and Divak. I think the Beast, you know, is favored in that matchup. Is it a Beast v Beast final again, or will Divak upset things and he's gonna be in the final? Wow, I just don't know, man. Lost for words. And I mean, congratulations to Bobo. I mean, even if he doesn't win the season, I think this is already a big accomplishment for him.
Definitely a big accomplishment, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it on your screens.
Woo.
Bobo Beast taking semi-final one, 11 to 10 on penalties, and it was a nail-biting event, if I could use that to describe this event. Now, I mean, Snare, looking at what has just happened, we have officially confirmed that Bobo Beast the final bracket and will be facing either the Beast Bianchi or Divac, and we'll be finding out which one of those two people will be taking part in the finals or in the third place match after tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been fire. Woo!
It has been
I
beyond
listen.
fire. Wow.
I'm like, yo, this is the stuff that we dream about. This is why we come to the Umzansi Esports League, to see action just like that. And Snare, as you did point out, now for as a matter of fact, there will be no returning champion. So we are
Yep.
getting a new champion in the Umzansi Esports League FIFA tournaments. What are your thoughts on that?
We're getting a new champion guaranteed, right? Masoom is not going to be able to come back for the double. Young Savage just knocked out of the playoffs. But another thing we have to take into account, right? And why we have not just the Umzansi Esports League, but the Nkosi Super Cup as well, right? For the second season running, we're going to be having an Nkosi Super Cup player in the grand finals of the Umzansi Esports League, which just shows, right, that it's not a situation of, oh, I'm just playing in this lower league. I come up, I get dumpstered week in, week out. Bobo Beast made sure week in, week out, right? He kept his eye on the board, kept playing things out, and made sure to grind out, improve. Masoom, despite having gotten to that championship before, now has to be content with his fourth place. And Bobo Beast has clearly used the lessons that he's learned over the last 2 seasons to improve to the point where he's in contention for that top slot. We're going to have a new champion. And the way things are going right now, Bobo Beast, you're gonna have to drop that underdog tag, my friend. You're just dog FC, like, or something else. I don't know, but man is
or maybe we'll call him Overdog.
Upper dog.
Overdog.
But I just really love seeing this, right? The kind of story where somebody who gets to the top, right, isn't just there because of name recognition, natural talent, but of grind as well. It's hard work to be a player at this caliber, at this level of competition. And he's shown that hard work can legitimately get you somewhere if you keep the grind going.
Well, we're going to keep the grind going on here, as I want to say big thank you to Thendo and Stan. But at this point, we have to say goodbye to you guys. But we're still going to be here because there's more action coming up later in the PUBG Mobile segment. But for now, we'll see you later. And I'm still Dr. Sid. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest show on earth, and that is the Umzansi Esports League. This is season 4. It is finals weekend. My name is Dr. Sid, here with two amazing gentlemen, Patchy and Actfire, and we are here to give you all of the action. That is the finals of the PUBG Mobile segment. But before I speak too much, let's take a look at the schedules for today.
Yeah, let's take a quick pop at what is going to be on the plate for today. It is, of course, our nice little circuit to finish things off. We saw a little bit of that last week, but here it is in the finals. We have our Erangel as game number 1, moving over to Sanhok for game number 2 for that CQC action, and to really throw these teams into that close action. And then, of course, map 3 is Miramar, bringing things out just a little bit, some extra ranged battles for the teams to enjoy. And then, of course, we bring it all back right where we started, with a game 4 being Erangel once again. So truly, it is going to be a nice closed circuit and quite a difficult test for these teams. And it's really going to give us a look at how well these teams can perform under pressure.
So yes, these teams are going to be under pressure, but now we're taking a look at the prize pool because the pressure is on to get a piece of this action. The prize pool for season 4 stands at a whopping $17,500, with $2,500 going to FIFA 22, while $15,000 staying right here in the PUBG Mobile segment. Now, you might be wondering, how exactly is this money being distributed amongst the players? Let's take a look at the prize breakdown or prize brackets for the PUBG Mobile segment. Ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it on screen right now. To be confirmed, the top 4 teams who will be taking a piece of $15,000. In 4th place, we are going to be getting $765. 3rd place will be getting $920. 2nd place, $1,530. And the champion, with the winner chicken champion, will be getting $3,680. That is a lot of money to ground. You get me, ladies and gentlemen. There are also some other stuff we'll be taking a look at, which is very important, and that is the groups of the players who are present in this final round. Let's take a look at the teams who will be competing for this prize pool.
Yeah, I'm super keen to see what these teams will deliver us. So taking a look at our group A, we're going to start things off with the Infinity AF. This is a team that has been doing pretty well leading up to the finals, and I'm expecting big things out of them. The same can be said for just about everyone here. Zero Tolerance Skills, Slime 4KT, Influence Rage Africa, G3 Temper, BBC, Team Unique, and the Magicians for Group A. And out of this group, I am expecting a lot of these teams to do well. G3 Temper, you know, has to be in the conversation. Absolutely, Slime 4KT has to be in the conversation as well. You know, obviously, these are 2 teams that have been taking the overall wins in previous seasons, so they're obviously going to be on the table for contenders to take the win in this weekend's games and for the finals, of course. But moving on to Group B, we have our next set of teams: C Esports, Sincerity Esports, ATROX, Rila Insiders, Lag Esports, Sidemen, Aphelion Apex, and the Natural Killers. Some of these teams had a little bit of a struggle moving forward through the group stages, and of course through our semi-finals it was a little bit tough for some of the teams, but they made it through. They were able to just get enough to bring it through. Natural Killers being one of the teams that we were actually looking at a little bit earlier, that they had a little bit of a struggle, but the fact of the matter is they're here and they're ready to try their best to make something happen here for the finals of season 4, and that's exactly what we want. Every single one of these teams has put in an insane amount of work to get where they are, and well, I expect them to put their absolute best down for the finals of this season, because as you saw, those prize pools are looking absolutely spicy, and the only way to do it, of course, is to get those points, and this is how you do it. I mean, if you're not familiar with the point score or the point structure just yet, then you haven't been watching this season at all, but it's okay, because we'll remind you what it is. That chicken dinner for every game is going to bring you 15 points. 2nd place will give you 12. 3rd gives you 10. 4th gives you 8. 5th gives you 6. 6th place gives you 4 points. 7th place gives you 2. 8th through 12th gives you 1 point. 13th through 16th gives you nothing. And then, of course, it is that legendary 1 kill, 1 point, which is coming absolutely huge for the teams that know how to pick up those kills. And we were seeing it just a little bit moving up. But the finals is going to be the do or die situation. We are basically in the smallest amount of time possible, right? We've got this weekend to make something happen. Every single game counts. Every match counts. Every point counts. And we have 4 games, 4 maps to play every single time, which means that there is just extra chance for the teams to try and put a bit of extra points on the board. And this is really where I hope we start to see teams shine, because at this point, these teams have been so close. I mean, we've been calling this season the most competitive season of Umzansi so far. And if that is where we're at right now, it is not going to be easy. So these teams are going to have to put their 110%, 150% effort in to make stuff happen.
Yes, and we're looking forward to teams putting in all that effort to get this prize pool. Tony, I mean, we've watched a lot of these teams come through from the early phases. I mean, you've watched a lot of these teams in the Kosi Cup. What are you most excited about coming into finals weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different kind of finals. You know, usually during the Mzansi, you sort of know what teams are going to perform well, right? You sort of know that, you know, the Slime 4 cases, the G3s are going to, you know, have, you know, a fair game throughout. But this time around, I'm not really sure with the way the season has gone down. You know, any team could snatch it up. It all depends on, you know, who has a good day, who has a great spot, down to luck, because they all do seem like they're evenly matched at this point. So yeah, I'm just curious to see who takes it home at the end of the day.
So I'm gonna just quickly do it because we're about ready to go into the map right now. Just gonna ask. I know Patchy has 100% prediction rate. He's like, you know, when Patchy speaks, it happens. So I'm gonna ask you first, Tony. What are your predictions for tonight? Which team should we be looking out for on this final day? And in this first set of games, who do you think is gonna come out?
I think it's going to be Slime 4KT and Infinity. It's between the two of them. My money is on them.
Okay, Patchy. You see some very pretty obvious choices. So, Patchy, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, that is a pretty safe bet, you know. I mean, we can definitely expect Slime 4KT to show up. They always do. And they've proven time and time again that they're not really a team that you can count out even when it looks like they're going down. So I think betting against them is really tough because they've made it out of really bad situations before. So, I mean, even if you're looking at Slime 4KT, you know, at bottom of the log after day 1, I think they still have plenty of chance to actually make it out. So, I mean, even if they don't show up at all today, they still are in the runnings. I think they still have that potential to make it up even into that number 1 slot potentially, just based off of what we've seen them, especially in previous seasons, you know, where they literally jumped from last to first. So I don't think we could. I don't think betting against them is the move that anyone will make. So I can't say anything contrary to what Akfire has just said. I think 4KT is definitely going to be in contention, but I do think it's going to be a lot closer than a lot of people suspect, because that bar has just been raised again and again and again so far this season, and I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are hungry for that spot. I think everyone's going to give it their best, and I think maybe we're going to see some surprising performances from some teams that maybe we didn't expect.
Yeah, and you know, I'm all for surprises. I'm all for the underdogs. I'm all for the guys who you never think to come through, because I think that's what the sport needs. Sometimes it's good for the unseeded or the underdogs to come through, do something amazing, and shake the table, as we say it in Nigeria. Now we are getting ready to jump into our first map of the day, Erangel. We know some of these teams perform exceedingly well on this map. Now, guys at home watching right now, it is you have one job, and your job right now is to watch the action, make your predictions, but also get active in the chat. We want to hear you talking, and we want to know exactly what you feel our finals weekend. Who's going to be doing one? Who's going to be bringing home the winner chicken dinners? Who's going to be playing strategically or getting those kills? Ladies and gentlemen, the action is about to start. My name is Dr. Sid, leaving you in the very capable hands of Patchy and Akfire, and I'll see you after game 1.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sid. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone else, strap in your seatbelts, buckle up for the ride. The finals has just begun. And as we find ourselves moving over our first map, Erangel, you can see the teams are starting to drop down, and they are ready to get their boots on the ground for our first map of our first day here of this weekend. We've got a nice flight path moving in from the north down to that Sosnovka military island. So I'm crossing my fingers that we'll get some drops down onto my favorite spot. Other than that, I am not expecting anything exceptionally crazy to happen straight off the bat. I think these teams, just based off of what we saw a little bit earlier on, and even based off what we saw during promotion relegational phase last weekend, I think there's a certain amount of hesitancy or maybe safe uh, gameplay or safe-minded gameplay that comes through from a lot of teams when they feel the tremendous pressure of having to perform and having a very limited time to do so. And with only this weekend on the table for the deciding of who actually takes this finals, I think these teams will try and play as strategic as possible. And as I say that, we have a very interesting zone drop there, Ekfire.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just like you said, a lot of teams are going to be playing strategic. They're going to take it easy in the onset. You can see the guys from Aphelion Apex already just taking that position in Kameshki, and everyone's pretty, just holding their different spots. Although there's some teams that are close to each other right now. So yeah, it's the first day. They've got like few matches to really stake their claim on that prize pool. So yeah, a lot of teams will be looking to take it easy. But no matter what you do, at the end of the day, you know the zone's gonna shift. You got to get into those spots. I feel like the teams who take the risk might just be the ones to get those extra points.
Mm. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that front. I definitely think that taking a little bit of risk can definitely reward you quite a lot. The real question is, when do you take those risks? What's the best time to take the risks? Right now, I think everything that the teams have to do for the next few minutes is kind of risky because that flight path was very deceptive. We had all the teams jumping in all over the place, kind of left, right, up and down, all over the show on the map. And then that zone heading all the way down to the south, or southwest, should I say, centered around Quarry and Gatka. I mean, that is quite a shift, and it's definitely going to force a lot of those long range rotations, especially from a team like, for instance, Aphelion are right up in the northeast, so literally on the opposite side of the map from the zone. They're going to have the furthest distance to run. And it's not going to be too easy, especially if the teams on the perimeter of that zone decide to stay there. Maybe do a little bit of gatekeeping, as we've seen them do for pretty much every time, many times over the span of this season. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely is gonna be tough. But for you, just judging with the way the zone has shifted right now, who do you think is that team that has the advantage? I know we do see the guys from Magicians, and they're one of the guys who maybe haven't really stepped it up this season. They got better in the second phase. They started getting themselves into good position, started winning a lot more fights than we saw them win. But I mean, who do you think, just judging from the way the zone is right now, seeing them play throughout the weeks, can take advantage of this?
Well, that is a very good question. Right now, to take advantage of this particular zone, you would definitely want to be sort of around that Pachinki area where Natural Killers and Infinity find themselves. So Natural Killers obviously just north towards Ruins and Rozhok, but Infinity actually sitting right in Pachinki have a pretty good spot, I'd say. And we have seen Infinity do some pretty insane stuff, or at least they have come in quite strong in this season. So if there's anyone who can utilize the zone, it's probably them. They can make something happen out of it. The real question that I'm interested in finding out here today, especially in map number 1, is which of the teams are we actually going to see kind of step out of that safety first? Because, like you were saying, the taking the risk has the greatest reward, and I do really think that there are some teams here that want to kind of play that game. They want to take a little bit more risk. They know that their normal performance is good, but it's not necessarily enough to take that victory from all these teams that are so hungry for it. And so taking that extra risk has the potential to, pay off a whole lot more. That the cash out is huge. You get a little bit more reward for taking the more risk. Which one of these teams is actually going to be the first to start that process and actually start taking that risk? Because I know that there are definitely some teams that don't need to take risk. And they will perform relatively well. A team like, for instance, G3, they don't take too many risks, They like to prioritize the center zone sometimes, which can be a little bit risky. So there is that element of risk in their game style. But a lot of the time, they end up playing actually quite a safe game in terms of they make really good rotational decisions, which puts them in a good location, and they can use that to just pick people off and punish teams. And we've seen them punish rotations and mistakes that get made from the other team. So they're definitely a team that can capitalize on that. And of course, they're going to be moving in relatively swiftly as well. I think we basically know by now they're a team that doesn't like to get lagging behind. A lot of these teams will, especially throughout the season, we've seen them be okay with kind of sitting around in the blue zone, at least for the first one or two. But yeah, some of the teams, like for instance G3, don't like to stay in the blue at all, or if they can, they never go there. So yeah, I think when it comes to that, we're definitely looking at a team like Infinity to utilize this, maybe G3 to utilize a zone like this. I'm interested to see if the zone hard shifts again, because that might lead to a little bit more. But for now, most of the teams are actually playing it safe. We haven't got any major elims. In fact, I don't think we've had any elims at all.
Yeah, definitely. Playing it safe. It's what you expect at this particular level. But we just see the guys from Sincerity not too far away from another team. We might be seeing a fight coming down there, so we just keep an eye on that one while we just take a look at the several different guys who've got to rotate into that zone. You can see some of the players from Aphelion and Apex just sitting within that blue around Stolba and Kameshka region. They do have to rotate into that zone as well. They got like a whole long journey. But one thing we've got to really be impressed about, we don't speak too much about them, but they sort of like outperformed my own expectation was ATROX. They're one of those teams who, coming in from Umzansi, it's they weren't really spectacular in Umzansi, right?
Mm.
I mean, they were not like one of the top teams, and they struggled. And a lot of times when they started out the season in Umzansi, there were a lot of comments like they weren't going to survive. They weren't going to do well. Then all of a sudden they had one chicken dinner, second chicken dinner, and then people started taking them seriously, and they moved themselves up, and now they find themselves in the finals. Not just playing in Umzansi, but finding themselves in the finals. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of teams have surpassed expectations. I know there are some BBC fans in the chat, and if S Proxy was here, she'd tell you I'm a little bit of a BBC fan as well. I've watched them for so long, for so many seasons. It has been quite a journey for them, and to see them as well up in the finals, it's always a good feeling. It's nice to see a team that maybe you've never considered to be one of the teams that you'd expect in the top, actually just performing really well and being up there. So there are definitely some teams like that. I mean, the Sidemen are here as well. And I think a lot of teams did come and have a little bit of a surprising performance that maybe people weren't expecting. But that's just what is fantastic about, Umzansi as a whole. It really has brought out the best in teams time and time again, season after season, and I mean, they have to go through such a long journey to get here that it definitely has to bring the best out in you. I mean, you've got no choice. All of these teams, that you promote from in Corsi, which is a huge task in and of itself. We talk about how often that the Corsi League is quite a bit of a grinder in and of itself, but getting out of that and then to make it up into here and then get all the way to the finals, it is a lot of work, and this is where it pays off. This is where the teams get a chance to prove that all of this work was meaningful, that it meant something. And right off the bat, we've got a fight between Infinity and all of these players over here from the Natural Killers. We'll see if they can make something happen. Roshi goes down, Sully finds some hits, but Nova gets taken down as well. Miko landing those shots, and the Natural Killers trying to fight back, but they're losing players. They've got to be careful here. They've already lost two. Osiris and Sella are the last two remaining for the Natural Killers. They've already been dealt such a heavy blow. Can they even survive? No. A perfect nade straight into his face. He's going to take him down. Now it's all onto Stella. He has to find his spots, and he will find some knocks. But can he find any more? He needs to find three. He finds the third. It's a 1v1. How has this already happened? It's just the beginning. It's the first map, people. This is insane. What are you doing? I thought we were going to play safe, but all of a sudden, we've got hero players coming out of the first battle.
Oh my goodness, I did not believe that. I mean, at that particular point in time, I thought it was just done. I saw the guys from Natural Killers just getting taken down, and all of a sudden they're on the back foot. You can see Suli's down. It's just left with Hansley. The nades are coming in. He's trying to get that heals just in time. And if Seller pushes onto that position, he can take them down just before they're able to get that revive. It does look like he's able to get a confirmation right there. So this is about that time where he should be pushing, where he should be getting into that spot right there and taking them down. But it does look like Osiris is getting thirsted right now. His decision not to push may have affected him. He may have been able to save Osiris in that one, but man, the comeback in that particular fight was tremendous.
Oh man. I don't even have any words for the performance coming out of Sella right now. This man has just brought him and his entire team back from death and given them a fighting chance. Of course, it's still a 1v2, but that nade was dealt the damage. It's forced Hainsley into a bad position, and he chooses the time to run up and just gets instantly taken down. A tragic end for Sella. Such a hero player. That was, oh my word. Where do we even begin to break that down, Agfire? I mean, that was nuts. Infinity come up in towards Natural Killers. The Natural Killers start falling one by one. It looks like Infinity's about to take an easy dub, easy elims, easy points in the pocket. But then suddenly, Sella just comes in with not one, not even two, but 3 knocks, and he gets all of the elims, or at least 2 of them. And it takes it down to a 1v2, but then exactly as you pointed out, he didn't push up in time. He was a little bit too hesitant. I think maybe the adrenaline just got the better of him in that one after all that crazy fighting. But man, that was almost insane for the Natural Killers. I wish we had seen performances like that earlier on from them, because, you know, like I was talking about, Natural Killers kind of struggled along through the season. But, I mean, they really started to pick the ball up towards the end, and now here they are doing stuff like that. Sella, what an insane play. But now, of course, we've got the zone shifting in once again, moving just onto that mainland, so finally reducing in space. We've got so many teams still alive, and with a fight like that happening as the first fight of this game, of this map, of this finals, oh man, I cannot wait for what's about to happen.
They actually believe when he got the first knock and the second one, and to be able to get the third one, that was really incredible. I'm not sure if he had the right information, but if he had pushed on time, that may have given him the chance. But you can see right now the guys from Slime 4KT going up against ATROX. They've taken one player down. There's Pika, who's already down there. You can see Aima just trying to find those angles, sending out them nades as well, pushing up onto Yaya. And Yaya trying to set them shots onto Aima, but the return fire, he's able to take him down. But right there, you can see Aima as well does get dropped to the ground, but he's got the rest of his Slime Fuck AT brothers to come in and provide him that support. And just like that, the guys from ATROX have been sent back into the lobby, courtesy of Slime Fuck AT.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking earlier about how Aatrox is so impressive to see them up here in the finals, and you know, when it comes to the teams that you want to pick a fight with, 4KT probably not one of them. Definitely a little bit of a tough wall to scale. 4KT, you know, we were talking about them. I mentioned them earlier when we were looking at the teams, you know, for these groups. This team right here, 4KT, I mean, they're in contention for the win. There's no doubt about it. These guys absolutely are capable. We've seen them. They've proven it before. I mean, they really just have that capability. So when you're faced with a team like that that's got the victory in their eyes, you know, they're hungry for it. It's really tough to go up against them. You know, they have the capability to back up the hunger. So I mean, yeah, it is definitely, this is a team that you want to treat with a little bit of distance and respect. You kind of want to stay back and try and pick them apart, or maybe trip them up somehow, capitalize on a mistake that they maybe make. But definitely don't want to be you know, jumping into them face first. That's usually not going to end too well, but the confidence is good at least. And I think that does bode well for the rest of the finals and the rest of the weekend, of course, to see what these teams have to bring. Because I think that if they can cast aside, you know, the jitters and the fear of sort of like getting into the finals and the pressure, if they can cast that aside and they just get that confidence flowing in, I think they can really perform some crazy stuff. I think these teams have a lot to offer.
Yeah, all right. So just taking a look at this position right here, you do have 2 teams who are sitting down next to each other. 2 teams that we do also expect to sort of like provide us a surprise in this finals. You have the guys from Zero Tolerance who did well in the semifinals, and also Rila Insider who have sort of like been that storm coming all the way from Inconsi. They're one of the teams that I'm hoping to see. I mean, at this point in time, I don't think we can still call them underdogs with the performances that they've had throughout, the season.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think you're quite right on that front. There's definitely no chance that at calling them that. The performances have been good enough for not only them to have gotten through the season, but to get up into the finals. And speaking of, teams are now starting to rotate up into what is the beginning of the end here for game number one. We've still got so many teams left on the board, and we're heading in towards the sort of late game phase of this map number one. You can see the teams are just trying to position themselves safely inside the zone, not trying to get taken out, not trying to die, just trying to stay alive. But we know how this game goes. We know how that space runs out pretty quickly. We know how these teams run face first into each other, just like C Esports is doing to Lag. They just run up in there, and Zeke finding a few shots in towards Sincerity in that kill feed as well. So battles are starting to happen all over the place, and Risks is in a very risky position. Lag prepping those nades, getting things ready for KT, taking a fight with Zero Tolerance as well. Those nades are absolutely flying between Exist and Lag. See who actually takes the 4 foot in this battle, because right now anything could happen. These teams are surrounded by enemies, and yeah, they're just being put into the fire.
Man, it's crazy. You can see Lag Esports right there, putting in the hurt onto the guys from C, and just trying as much as possible to just take out several different teams. You can see like you got the guys from C being damaged right now, being put to the ground. They're also one of those teams who you do expect to sort of like provide a surprise in this, you know, in this finals. They're one of those teams coming all the way from the Inconsi. But regardless, they are a strong team. They are a powerful team. They do provide consistent performances, and I'll be hoping to see in the next few matches, even in this match, if they can grab and pick up those points. But this is exactly what you do hope to see from teams. And as you can see right there, Infinity also getting a couple of players from Slime 4KT, and it's just been war from every single corner right now.
Yeah, it is exactly that, and that is exactly what we are to expect here when so many teams are making it up in towards the mid to late game here as we head in towards zone number 5 and start to close things up for map number 1. Risks getting taken down there, so C Esports under attack still. Lag turning their attention towards Zero Tolerance here, who are slowly encroaching from the north side. Yeah, it is definitely a bit of a war going on all over the map. These teams just trying to squeeze into safety. But as we know, it doesn't last all that long. You can see G3 taking up residence on the eastern side of the map, just above Sincerity there. We have BBC and the Sidemen hovering around in that area. We've got a couple of teams skirting the edges, but no one has taken up residence in the middle of the zone just yet. That's probably due to, the position and, of course, the cover that's available here. Everyone's sort of, just cleaving to the cover that is available. But there's the shift. 400 or so meters across is the diameter of that zone right now that all of these teams have to get inside. And that's not going to be easy. Unique down in the south have to make a rotate. Insiders have to make a rotate. The Magicians, Zero Tolerance, Infinity, BBC, Lag. Everyone's got to make that rotate. It's not going to be easy. They have to secure themselves a position. And when you've got teams like G3, and 4KT who are just looking to make your life very difficult, well, it's going to be even harder to get into safety.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the guys from INF, just holding their own. They do get another player from BBC. They do take Valak out of the game. We spoke about BBC just before this game, how they're one of those teams, who we do expect to perform well, expect to grab those points. So hopefully in the coming games they can recover from that loss. But taking a look at the zone right now, we still got a whole lot of teams. Lag is trying as much as possible to take out the guys from Magicians, one of the teams that's spoken about. You can see Ash does get taken down right next to Reeds, and he's still got a whole lot of players to take care of, as Paradox and Legacy are right there in front of him. These are players you don't want to joke with, but the guys from Magicians are on the back foot right now, as they do have to defend the position where they're at. They're sort of like at that edge. And so they've got like a piece of the zone, but there are a couple of teams just around them. They also got one of the players from CE Sports to contend with. I'm not sure they're able to see exactly where he is. There's also some players from Zero Tolerance who may have some sight on them, and they got to be really careful about that. There are a whole bunch of teams around this region, and be curious to see who actually makes it out with, with a full team from that position. So a lot of these teams are pretty much just sitting at the edge right now.
Yeah, that's all they really can do. I mean, if you throw yourself into the middle of that zone right now, it is a death trap. There's no ways you survive. And of course, fighting up the hillside of the Rila inside is here, right next to the team from Unique. Keish on the backside could manage to pick up J Rolo the pick first there. And of course, Trip and the nades going off, doing quite a bit of damage, exploding near some of those vehicles and making it just a death zone to be right up close there. J Roller creeping forward. He's got his HP back up, so he is A-OK. Keish not going to capitalize on his position. Going to rejoin the squad and try and push forward as that blue zone closes on up behind these teams. But it is exactly as you say. They're all just keeping themselves backed up against that line, that perimeter. They don't want to go too far forward because they know those crosshairs are finding them. And there it is, Zero Tolerance taking a fight there. Vortex getting taken down as Lag gets the third-party shots in Fantasy, looking in towards Zero Tolerance to see if you can spot any of those heads out. Sad boy, that's Sidemen taking a fight with Sincerity. Sleepy gets taken down by Aimbot. Trip is soon to fall as well. That's Unique with taking a fight with Gorilla inside. As you can see, it is just an absolute battlefield all across the remaining zone. We've got 8 teams remaining, 23 players left alive as we move in to zone 5, moving towards zone number 6, and all of these teams are just desperately struggling to stay alive.
Man, it's a real tough time for a lot of these teams. You can see the guys from Rila inside. They got a couple of players taken out, and that will be it for them as they do get taken out of the game. The Magicians are sort of like still keeping themselves in this game. By the way, at some point in time, I felt like they were cornered by Lag Esports, but they're still fighting it out. They're still being resilient right there as they do get a knock onto one of the players from Lag Esports and do take Berserk out of the game right there. So they're still holding their own. They're still trying as much as possible to now rotate and get into that zone. You can see them just get into that vehicle. Legacy does have to be careful. As you can see right there, he does get taken down right there by Saffron up from like Esport. It does look like the rest of his guys were just believing and moving into that zone, but they do have just 2 players left. Guys from Lag Esports are still trying as much as possible to send those shots onto them as they do get another knock right there. It's just left with Paradox for his team, and it's a really tough one because they went into a spot where they were really open. There are still a lot of teams around them. You can see the guys from Sincerity, Sidemen, Unique, and it'll be curious to see who actually does take this one at the end of the day. But I mean, I'm not even sure right now. I'm not even sure who's going to take this.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is a difficult one to decide. I mean, you got to give it to the Magicians for being quite a great performer coming in from the Umzansi Esports League into Season 4 and just doing a fantastic job of making it up to the finals. And of course, now being here in game number 1 into the final zone with the top 5 teams. I mean, that takes something else. And of course, the same could be said just about everyone here. We've got Unique, we've got Lag, Sidemen, Sincerity, even who have been doing phenomenally this season as well. Especially considering their journey if you've been watching them for a couple of seasons. So, I mean, yeah, I'm in the same boat as you right now. These teams all have, I would say, a pretty good shot at taking the victory right now. The only thing I can see is that some teams have a couple more players than others, so maybe they've got a little bit of advantages here and there in terms of having a 2-man or a 3-man. Starry getting naded out there. Sincerity is tossing the nades. They're trying to move forward. There exists. He's watching Willie move around and taking his right moment to strike. Up he comes from the grass, but he isn't able to land all the shots. He can't confirm the kill just yet. Pulls out the M4, and he does manage to land the fire, but he gets taken out so low that the follow-up is immediate from Sincerity, just coming out with the elimination, taking them down like nobody's business, just eliminating exists straight off the bat. Now Faker all the way alone next to a buggy. Sincerity will be able to recuperate just a little bit, but the Sidemen have a whole lot more numbers than them now. They have to go up against Lag. Sincerity have done a good job of making sure to move away from that situation. They need to get Faker, isolate him, and take him down here. Should be relatively easy so long as the third parties don't come in from the Magicians. But that is what we're looking at right now. Aimbot spots out Riz. That's a good pickup. He's going to knock him down, and that's going to make Magician's job that much more difficult. Meanwhile, of course, Lag moving in to take the fight. Here's Faker, though. Unique trying to stay alive there. He puts the shots in, and Sincerity suffer the damage. They get taken down. Still alive. Faker on 10 HP is able to heal himself back up and now turn the fight towards the Magicians. Secures the kill as well. That's a nice point in the pocket as well. Look, 7 kills already for Faker, but he does get taken down. Paradox will finally close that game out, though. Very close, but it's done the damage. The costly performance coming out there has left the Magicians only on one player. Now it's Lag versus Sidemen. Fantasy 1 and Suf 1. They're getting naded. The Sidemen, should I say.
Oh my
moving up with
goodness.
those nades, just picking up the kills, no problem whatsoever. Pablo spearheading the push. Suf 1, is he going to be able to handle the pressure right now? Mini 14 is not enough. He gets taken down, and it looks like Lag should be taking the victory here. It's only Paradox in a 1v3. Up he comes, low on damage. This is it. It's the final push. Sadboy lands the damage, and it's done. Map number 1 completed.
Oh my goodness. You know, at the beginning of this game, I didn't think it was going to go to Sidemen, but just take a look at that performance coming in from Paradox, sitting right there with 8 kills to himself and getting that second spot. So we did speak about Magicians, how they were one of those teams, you know, who might bring in that surprise, you know, as the champions from the Umzansi. And now, yeah, we're seeing them in that second spot as well as the Sidemen. So yeah, really lovely game. And let's see how, you know, the next couple of games go.
Yeah, for sure. I'm quite impressed with the performance there from the Magicians and the like. So I'm really interested to see how the rest of this finals is going to go.
Wow. Map 1, game 1 done. It is finals weekend. We cannot wait for all the action. I'm going to ask you very quickly, Akfai, what was your highlight of that particular map? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is still the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. This is finals weekend. We have had so much action. Game 1 just went down on Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to see here. I have to let me catch my breath. Let me slow down. It was an exciting final map. Ladies and gentlemen, we had some amazing gameplay. Now, just before we went off air, Tony, I was going to ask you a question. What was your highlight of that particular first map?
Well, for me, it was the fight between, Sella, because it was pretty much Sella and, the guys from Influence Rage. For me, at one point in time, did look like, they were already on the back foot, they were going to get wiped out, but he just found a way to get those 3 knocks. He could have taken out the team because they were down to just that one last player with 1 HP, but he didn't push in time, and yeah, that'll happen. But for me, that was the highlight of the game.
Pachi, we're looking at the standings after game 1. Tell us what we're looking at right now.
All right, so just taking a look at the way that match went, of course, definitely Sidemen sitting on top with 23 points right there, taking that winner chicken dinner, and right next to them is the Magicians, who finished in second place, all alongside with Lag Esports. Team Unique grabbing 15 points for themselves. Sincerity finding a way to sneak into that zone and get themselves 11 points with Zero Tolerance, grabbing some points as well with 8 points right there. You can see Influence Rage, they did grab a whole lot of kills, not more placement points to themselves, but that did get them 8 points right there. And Rila Insider also with 5. All right, now moving on to the next page, where we'll then see the rest of the teams and how they did. You can see Slime 4KT grabbing himself 4 kills in that one. Not really a great match, that a lot of people would expect, but still they did grab themselves some points. At least the Infinity AF, who were pretty much the champions during that semi-final stage, just getting 2 points in this one alongside with BBC, C Esports, Natural Killers, G3 Temper, ATROX, and Aphelion Apex not having, the best of games so far. But moving on to the next game, that definitely is going to spur them to sort of like want to perform a lot better than they did in this first game.
Okay, and looking at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, Pachi, I know that you are usually the guy that knows exactly what's popping. So I want to ask you, Pachi, personally, what was your highlight after that first game?
You know what? I actually think that that fight with the Natural Killers was probably one of the more interesting ones. If it had been any other team, it would have been, it was like, oh, that's great, but kind of sort of move on from there. But the fact that the Natural Killers were able to pull that off kind of gives me hope for something that they could maybe be pulling off in the future. Like I'm kind of ready to see what they have to offer, at least moving forward a little bit more. I'd like to see that. Of course, the other thing that I think I mentioned earlier or later on, sorry, at the end of that game was actually the Magicians. Speaking of, we've got MVP coming out of the Magicians. Paradox picking up 8 kills, 1,456 points of damage in that single game, which is just hectically impressive. Well done to Paradox. And of course, the Magicians, as I was talking about, definitely been quite impressive. They have made some serious waves moving forward from in course, we were talking about that a little bit. And now up in Season 4, they have been moving forward. And now they find themselves not only in the finals, but finding themselves up top 5 easily. And of course, picking up an MVP, no less, in game number 1. I mean, this is a great way to start out strong. If there were any moves to pull off, this is, the time to make it happen. We were looking at that scoreboard. We saw Natural Killers sitting down on, the second page. They're a bit of a team that likes to come back from behind. They sort of ramp up the performance as things move on. But I really think that when time is, down to a minimum, when it's really crunch time, starting off strong is probably the way to go. So, that's a great thing coming out of them. I think maybe the final fight that we had with the last 5 teams or so at the end of that was actually quite interesting to watch, because there was some pretty good battles coming out of those teams. We weren't really sure exactly who was going to be coming out ahead, and the teams they did have a little bit of a tough battle in that one, and ultimately they showed that they have a lot more in their pockets than we thought.
Magicians with stuff off their sleeves and people having stuff in. But right now, the stuff we're going to be talking about is game two, which is happening on Sanhok. Now, looking at the first game that we've just seen, what are we expecting in the next round? I mean, Tony, we've seen Slime 4KT not do exactly very well, and some of the teams that we're expecting, G3, didn't really come with it in the first map. Are we expecting them to do better? Or are we just going to see a repeat of what happened in the first map?
All right. I think we're gonna see a repeat of what happened in the first map. Not from the perspective of, who wins the game, but the way it was played, aggressive. A lot of teams just pushing. I would say it's like these guys don't respect anyone. Like they don't care who you are. They don't care if you're Slime 4KT, you're G3. Once they see you, they're taking you down. So I feel like that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see like a lot of teams just being aggressive. I'm not sure who exactly, but the goal definitely would just be survive at this particular point in
Surv-
time.
survive, ladies and gentlemen. I think the goal at this point in time will be just to chicken dinner, kill, collect everybody's points. As you know that this is put up or shut up time. Go hard or go home because this is finals weekend. There is no time for lazy strategy. You need to be grabbing as many points as you can. Now, as we are flying into Erangel, I'm going to ask Patchy one more question, and he's going to take us into the next patch of the map, which is the next game, which is going to be done by Patchy. Anyways, Patchy, um, as we go into this next map, who do you feel needs to step up, especially looking after the? I will leave you, ladies and gentlemen, in the very capable hands of Patchy and Agfire as he tells us what's up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sid. You're indeed right. It is map number 2. It is Sanhok. And as we move forward, there definitely needs to be a little bit of stepping up. Actfire mentioned he was looking at ATROX earlier in map number 1. I think they're definitely a team that we want to see a little bit more out of, at least today and moving forward into the rest of the finals. And as I mentioned myself, the teams like, for instance, 4KT that we were talking about earlier that were in contention for taking the win at the end of the finals, I think those teams probably need to start booting it up quite quickly. I definitely don't recommend, the sort of delayed strategy in terms of taking it easy in the beginning. I think that, it's just, you got to hit the ground running when it comes to the finals and really just give it your all from the get-go. So I would certainly like to see a lot more coming out of them. Like I said, though, you can't really count them out at any stage, so they're not really out of the picture or out of the off the table in terms of talking for who is actually in contention to take the win at the end of season number 4. But as we move into Sanhok, it becomes a little bit of a different playground now because the teams are really going to be tested on their ability to do exactly the opposite of what Act5 was talking about happened in map 1. When it comes to Erangel, we know that getting in there, getting aggressive, making things happen is definitely a possibility. It's definitely a map that opens itself up to a lot of those opportunities. But when it comes to Sanhok, you've really got to create those opportunities yourself and kind of stretch things out a little bit. You have to play a little bit slower and smarter, and you've got to be very, very accurate when you're in terms of your positioning. If you fumble on this map, you can get caught out by the blue zone really quickly. And it looks like some teams are actually going to get into the thick of things a little bit quickly. We have that's about 2 or 3 teams right in the middle there of the map itself that have decided to get busy right off the bat, which is good to see. They're going to try and make a little bit of space here, which is absolutely necessary on this map because space is everything. That blue zone comes in very, very quickly and things get tough, before you can even wipe the mud out of your eyes after landing in the dirt.
All right. So, just taking a look at the way that map is right now, actually, you can already see some teams getting into that action right there. You can see Zero Tolerance just hanging in that center within Painan, and everyone's just holding their spot, trying to get some loot. Was it Rila Insider? Did they lose a player early on?
It might have been. I'm not actually 100% sure which team it was because there was a couple in that area, but somebody definitely lost a player.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It might have been them. It might have been them. All right, so the guys from Sidemen are not too far away from a team as well right now. We might see some action coming down between them. But just as Pachi said, Sanhok is one of those maps. You just take things easy first of all, get some loot. But once you get into a fight, you don't want to stay in it for too long because there can be third parties upon third parties coming in and fourth parties at any particular point in time. You can see Coco trying to get some loot. Zeke is around as well. But it does look like the position that the Sleepy and Sad Boy are holding right now. They look like they've spotted Coco, but he doesn't know it.
Yeah, the Rila insiders look a little bit scattered at the moment, which could prove to be a bit of a downfall for them. They're a team that's had a little bit of an up and down performance this season. They started off really strong, started to fall off towards the end. Luckily, they did manage to make it up here towards the finals, give themselves a shot at that overall win. But right now, it's looking a little bit sketchy for map number 2 for them. Definitely a tough position to be in when you're separated from your team like that. And you could already see Zeke getting into a bit of trouble, though he has managed to at least win out his fight for the time being. You can see he has attracted the attention of Sad Boy, and the rest of the Sidemen have to go and pay attention to him. And he's trying to distract and just draw the attention away from the rest of his team because, of course, they're gonna want to try and regroup at some stage. You can't really let yourself get picked off this early on at the stage of the game. So the team is sort of just recongregating once again. And with Zeke doing a little bit of damage, it will distract the Sidemen over in towards his side. Although Sad Boy, he's kept his crosshairs in towards Coco. So that thirst comes in immediately. It doesn't matter how much baiting distraction you offer them, they're going to be 100% laser focused on Coco. And they do take him down. So, of course, the Rilla Insiders will have already lost a player. And I mean, this is the kind of thing that you really have to take into consideration when it comes to playing in this map. J Roller just going to move up and instantly pay Sad Boy back for the damage that he did to Coco. A little bit of revenge for the squad as the Rilla Insiders are going in for the Sidemen. They want to take them down. They are not happy with just letting them walk away with a free kill like that. They want to punish them for it. And now, of course, Matrix and Pablo have to make something happen. Sleepy and Sad Boy are both downed at the moment, and the Rilla Insiders are not going to just leave them be. They're going to go in for the kill.
Oh, definitely, just like you said, you can see the guys from Real Insiders are trying as much as possible to get those knocks. And Zeke is one of those players you don't want to joke with. If you do remember early on in the season, he was pretty much one of the MVPs, you know, in this game. If we do check out his kills, so he's one of those top performers right there. They did lose one player in this particular fight, but they've been able to do a lot of damage to the guys who took the first game. So you can see how dynamic this lobby is. Just at one point in time, you think that you're busting the lobby, and the next you're getting taken out early on.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look and see how these teams responded to the closing blue zone. Nihal getting caught out there by Dead as ATROX keeps their crosshairs forward as they try and outrun that blue zone. Of course, now getting caught out in the first zone isn't the worst thing possible, but when it comes to Sanhok, you definitely don't want to spend time in here. The zone catches up to you very quickly. It creeps up on you without you realizing it. You have to be super, super careful when it comes to playing around in this blue zone. So right now they're in a very dangerous position, and Pika is going to get downed while he's out there, not able to heal in time. Kratos coming in for the save on Nihal, has to get into the teammates very quickly. Luckily, it doesn't do too much damage right now, so they can make it happen. Aatrox going to rotate up to the north to get into safety. BBC just going to have to get that res done and dusted out in the blue and start to return into the safe zone momentarily. Aatrox actually deciding to disengage and rotate away, which is probably a smart decision for now. You can see they do have a little bit of a journey to make forward into that zone, along with a couple of other teams. Most of the teams, however, are already inside the zone, and most of them are relatively central, so they've got a really good spot moving forward. It's going to be tough to sort of push in if the zone decides to centralize again, because there's already so many teams in that area.
Man, it's a really tough one for a lot of teams who will be looking to get into that zone. You can see the guys from G3 pushing up onto the Sincerity squad, and does look like they've taken out two players with S and Aimbot down right now. I'm not sure what moves Willie and Rogue Baby might be able to pull out of this one, but we've seen some crazy stuff. We've seen Seller from NK take down three players, so maybe we might be seeing the same sort of gameplay coming in from one of these players right here from Sincerity, as they might be looking to fight their way back. But G3 is not taking any chances right here. They're being absolutely careful with their positioning, as you can see from Flacco, as they do occupy the buildings. They're not going out in the open or taking any risk right now. They're not even going for those finishes onto the two players that have been knocked, as they do just let them bleed out. So does look like they are going to get the confirmation on those players, as Willie and Rogue Baby decide to disengage from the fight and prioritize just staying alive for now.
Yeah, and I think that is a decision very much expected from Sincerity. G3, they're a really smart team when it comes to this kind of stuff, and you already know if they're not going out to secure those kills, they know that they've got them, and they absolutely do. I mean, us as the observers, we can see the positioning. It's perfect from them. They've got the whole compound under control. They've got a really great lookout. They're in a pretty good defensible position, and with getting those knocks, they don't have to do anything because they know that the rest of the team is going to have to expose itself if they want to come in for those reses, which is basically just free kills if they decide to do so. So Sincerity make the smart decision to disengage away from that instead of trying to hard commit to the res, which some teams do, and they actually are successful with. It's not like it was a completely impossible situation, but when it comes to Sincerity, they are actually able to stay alive for a very long time. They're quite good at it. We've seen them pretty much all season long so far, being quite effective at staying alive for lengthy periods of time and just keeping themselves out of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So that is definitely a playstyle that we can expect to see moving forward from them. In the meantime, ATROX taking a fight with C Esports. C Esports, of course, also having a bit of an up and down season, but they have managed to make it up here into the finals as well. And they are looking to make something happen, at least in day number one. It's map number 2, so anything is possible. All of these teams have the potential to get things going, and with 4KT and G3 slow on the upstart, maybe there is a little bit of opportunity to run wild in day one's matches. It's all going to come down to this, though. Can the teams perform here today in day number 1 here of the finals weekend? We can only find out by watching the maps. The blue zone about to close up once again, and we'll see how much pressure is about to be applied to these teams.
Man, so just taking a look at that zone right now, you can see a lot of teams are already sitting quite comfortably in it. You got the guys from Slime 4KT, NK, Zero Tolerance, as well as Rila Insider already sitting down comfortably with G3 right there in that zone. Several different teams such as Aphelion, Apex, Unique, Lag Esports have got to rotate in, as well as C Esports, and that one player coming in from ATROX, Yaya, right there. So yeah, a lot of these teams don't have to do a lot of work to get themselves into a good spot, to get themselves into that zone right there. But you'll be curious to see who actually does take advantage of that, as the guys from Slime 4KT usually do thrive on, Patchy, they thrive on situations like this where they're in a good spot already. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they thrive on games like this. I've seen them do it, especially in Sanhok, where they're always occupying those positions in boot camp, and because they aim to say that they're going to get the center, and when they do, they can capitalize on that. So I'll be curious to see if they do well and get themselves, the points that they need, going into the next days in the competition. And teams like G3, Slime 4KT, one of the reasons you can't count them out even when they're doing badly is, regardless of the fact that they're doing badly, they do still get themselves some points
Yeah.
at the end of the day. So they may get 10 points out of a game, 4 points, 5 points out of the game, but they hardly leave it, with nothing.
Yeah. You're absolutely right on that front. I mean, it's very rare to see one of those teams, drop in a 0-point game. The consistency that does come out from them is usually relatively good, relatively stable. and that generally, plays into a lot of the success that we do see from them. And now we just have to wait and see when they're going to really start to fire up their engines for real. Otherwise, maybe we'll see somebody else and somebody totally new, just take the reins and run away with the game, which would be quite interesting. And I'd be very interested to see which team actually gets a hold of that and actually does do that. Because right now, as you mentioned, that zone shifting up with that double central shift is actually going to make it super easy for teams that are already inside there. One of those is, of course, 4KT. G3 has just made their move to get a little bit closer in towards the middle of that zone right now. And they're not afraid of actually getting in there and relegating a defensible position in favor of actually moving towards the middle of the zone. I was talking a little bit about that earlier in terms of the G3 playstyle, but now they've gotten themselves into a bit of a fight, and it's with none other than 4KT, and they do find themselves under quite a bit of pressure from a number of teams, actually. Sincerity also finding a few hits into them, so G3 have now found themselves in the thick of a little bit of a battle here. Flaker now quickly making his way on up to try and bring the fight over to Sincerity. They need to get rid of these players if they are to find success in the rest of their ventures, because if they try and move forward without having dealt with any of these problems here, they're going to get immediately eliminated. So Flaco just going to move up, look for Rogue and Willie, who are going to hold up in this compound continually. In the meantime, that kill feed lighting up just a little bit. Infinity taking battle with BBC there. We'll see who comes out on top of that. But the zone's about to shift up again, and these teams are going to be forced to rotate. And that zone shifting up in the north towards Bootcat, and none other than Slime 4KT. They get the zone favor once again, and everyone else is going to have to suffer. They're going to have to try and move up and claim a spot in this already tiny zone that 4KT has good control and presence in.
Man, if Faketi isn't winning this game, then we're going to have a hell of a fight. The teams that are going to have to rotate into that spot need to do a lot to claim that from Slime Faketi. So this is going to be a really interesting game. I just suggest no one blinks right here, because we're going to see fight upon fight and different teams trying to make their way into the zone right here. But you can see BBC trying to live up to what we expect, getting another knock right there. But they've also as well got to make their way into that zone as they do take down Nico, and Lord and the rest of the players have just got to disengage from that one and rotate into that zone. But this is shaping up to be a really interesting game. How do you think this one is going to pan out, Patrick? Do you think Sam Fokiti is just going to aim out and the boys are just going to seal this one off and take out the rest of the guys? Or are they going to be third-partied enough that teams will just dismantle them one by one from different angles?
Yeah, I have to say that is quite a likely position to be in. I mean, they have favor in the zone. It's right, it's right there for them. But they're going to have to fight off so many teams. It's going to be very difficult. Not to say it's impossible for a team like them, but certainly not going to be very easy either. What I'm waiting for is to see is if actually these teams on the outskirts are going to fight each other first. Because if they fight each other, then 4KT can actually kind of just sit back and wait for the stragglers to come out of the scuffle and then take them on, which is going to be a whole lot easier than picking on 4 or 5 different teams that are surrounding you right now. Natural Killers in the meantime getting taken down one by one. Sincerity losing a player. Magicians also having a little bit of damage. We still have 16 teams left though. I mean, these guys have just been absolutely nuts in terms of staying alive. I don't know what it is that they're busy with, but maybe they're listening to some staying alive music, because that's exactly what they're doing. They are staying alive no matter the circumstances, no matter the pressure. But that can't last forever, Act. I mean, at some point, they have to get eliminated. Only one player can take the chicken dinner right now. And I mean, look how small that zone is. These guys are going to have to contend with a lot of problems very quickly now.
But take a look at the Magicians, just fighting in that blue zone right there, right next to Aphelion Apex. This is definitely a recipe for mutually assured destruction on both sides, because you do see Reeds is already down. It's just Legacy and Ash, and they got to make their way into that zone. Cold is pretty much just keeping them at bay right there. Paradox has made his move. He's almost in that zone right next to the guys from NK, and he's all alone right now. He's got to be careful. He's probably not aware of their position, or maybe he is. He does try to move towards that side. He does crouch on the ground. Doesn't look like they're pushing up onto him right now, but or maybe they are. He does see Nova, turns his guns into that position as well, but he does have Juicy on his left-hand side to contend with. He does turn away from Juicy for a second, and that offers the opportunity for Juicy to take him down.
Oh man, what a tough time that these teams are having to deal with, and this is all owing to the fact that there are so many teams still alive while we move into zone number 6. And now the eliminations are just coming through one after the other. That kill feed has not stopped for minutes now, and the South is looking absolutely crazy with the amount of teams trying to squeeze past, and it is just I mean, this is exactly what I talk about. You know, you hear me hop on for season after season after season saying you need to get early aggressive, you need to take the fights, you need to find something. And the reason I say this is because ultimately, if none of that happens, then all of this happens, and it is just chaos, chaos, chaos. The blue zone pushes on up. The teams are taking third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties. There's too many players, too many angles. We already saw a team, getting taken out just sheerly because of the fact that they were stuck out in the blue. We've seen players that have to worry about teams coming out of the blue. When you have to watch your back and the front because there's too many players and too many teams all over the show, it just gets chaotic. And what better of a map to have chaos on than this? Sanhok is the chaos map. I mean, this is it right now. No space to maneuver. G3 losing their players. There's the gunfight. The gunfight does enough damage, and they can't out-heal the blue zone at this point. It does too much damage, and that's exactly how you get eliminated. This is it. This is what we talk about when we say the blue zone creeps up on you on this map, and here it is. The teams are just getting eliminated left, right, and center. They don't even have time to breathe, and they have to rotate again. I mean, look how many teams and players are just left out in the blue, struggling to try and get back inside, running as fast as they can to see if they can get to safety. I mean, this is nuts. It's just not the position you want to find yourself in, but it is the position that these teams do find themselves in, and they have to contend with it. And some players are in a little bit better position than others. In 4KT, this is exactly the scenario I was talking about. That all they have had to do is sit right there, wait for all the teams to either kill each other or die to the blue zone or get caught out in the blue zone. And now they just get to sit and play. We've got the zone to ourselves. BBC trying to challenge them, but they just get taken down. 4KT winning the battles, taking down player after player after player. They've got control of the south side of the zone completely. Lord, he's just trying to crawl up and keep BBC's hopes and dreams alive. But I mean, he's stuck in the blue zone. There's no ways he wins this fight unless he manages to make it up in time and somehow just not get eliminated. But I don't even think that's a possibility. I think he's made it off with a sliver of health, 10 HP for Lord. But I mean, what are the chances he doesn't get hit right now? The nades are already flying in his direction. 6 teams remaining now. The blue zone doing what it does best, taking players out. Lord biding his time, waiting to see if he can spot any of these players out. And maybe, nope, he's not even going to try. Gets taken out by the blue, and that is exactly what we were talking about. He goes out. 5 teams remaining, but Slime 4KT, they have got control. And I honestly don't see a way that anyone else can make it out of this at this point.
Man, just like we said, it was all for Slime for KT to win. And you can see right now we're down to just 3 teams left. They're looking pretty strong. They've got themselves a full squad right now, so they can pretty much just clean this one out, as they have just got the guys from Unique in front of them. Sitting down with a 2-man squad, and you can see the nades going out right there. So they're just pretty much just closing the game right now with Aimer and his boys, with Zeus and Cole looking to just clear this one up. I'm not sure who's the third team right here, because I'm not third team. Do we have a huge strats
They
going
might,
on?
yeah, I think they might be stuck in the
Yeah,
blue zone somewhere, just popping those heals.
just popping the 15 meds. I'm not sure where they get it from, but anyways, if they can at least get themselves into second spot, that would be pretty interesting. As you can see right there, Aimer getting another nut, and it is cold right there in the blue, popping those meds and taking his team all the way into that second spot.
Yeah, I mean, that is the benefit, at least, of the heal strat when you do pop it that late on into the game. But, I mean, to be forced into that position is never great, but ultimately 4KT able to capitalize. I want to say that this game is actually more of a reflection of the rest of the lobby than it is on 4KT, despite the fact that 4KT picked up the chicken, because, yes, it definitely takes a considerable amount of skill to be able to manage a situation that you get handed. You've got to make sure you defend yourself, make sure you get your rotations in, and still do your due diligence. And 4KT did indeed do that. But the rest of the lobby, they got caught out in the blue in a huge, huge way. And in fact, I don't think I've seen so many teams get caught out in blue zone fights like that since, I mean, I don't even know how many seasons ago. So it is definitely, I mean, we saw a very chaotic map number 2. Dr. Sid seems to be pretty happy about it, though. What do you have to say about that?
I'm doing the hill strat. That's the new dance for Christmas, yo. This is the new dance for Christmas. It's called the heel strat. You stay in the room and you pop those meds. Listen, that was some. I was like, wait a second, where is this third team? I could not see them in the middle of the action, and all of a sudden you see the guy going like, look. I just have to say, you know what it is. People, you do what you have to do to get the points that you need. I mean, it is final season right now. Anything goes. If you can't get the kills, if you can't get the points on the board, do the hill strat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this break with the leaderboards and the updated standings from game two. So I'll see you right after this break. still doing the Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Umzansi Esports League. This is season 4, brought to you by none other than Nordwind Gaming, and we have just had a cracking match of Game 2 on Sanhok. Ladies and gentlemen, it was fire. I'm here with my two very close friends, Patchy and Ackfire, because you know what's fire, and we're taking a look at standings, and Patchy's going to talk us through what just happened.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the standings. Slime 4KT on top, 24 points with that number 1 finish. Although I think, personally, not reflective, actually, necessarily of 4KT's performance, but perhaps a little bit of a little bit of benefit from the RNG, and of course a little bit of the chaos that was the other teams in that blue zone. So I think they got handed their win a little bit easier than potentially other games. Right there they got the zone in their favor, like basically the whole game, and then they had a really good finishing position and all the rest of the teams were caught out, so a little bit easier of a win for them, but a win nonetheless, and they managed to get that out. Aphelion Apex with the second place squeak out with Dr. Sid's favorite heal strat right there. Lag Esports, of course, coming in third place, 15 points for them. Unique 14 points in fourth place. BBC with 11 points in fifth place. So the top 5 all taking away those double-digit points. Moving down, Infinity AF able to pick up 8 points. G3 able to pick up 6 as well as the Rila Insiders picking up 6 points. For that, rounding out that first page, as we move on to the second, we've got C Esports in 9. Natural Killers in 10. Sidemen in 11. Sincerity in 12. Magicians in 13, and those are the only teams that were able to pick points up here for game number 2. Zero Tolerance, Influence Rage, and ATROX not able to pick anything up. And it is a little bit unfortunate to see. I definitely want to see some more coming out of the likes of the Magicians. And even ATROX and Influence Rage and Zero Tolerance, teams that were doing quite well and definitely have the potential to do quite well. And in fact, all of these teams not able to pick up the points reflective of the abilities that we know that they're able to bring out. So I definitely like to see a little bit more coming out of them. But of course, 4KT going to pick up that MVP. It's Aimer with 4 kills, 567 points of damage. A survival time of 20 minutes and 57 seconds. So definitely a little bit of a different MVP in map number 2, but an MVP nonetheless. And certainly it was a chaotic game. So I think for anyone to be able to pull up such huge numbers on a map like that would be very, very difficult. I mean, we were all witness to the chaos that was the end of map number 2. It was really crazy. Everyone was just bumbling around in blue zone trying to stay alive. And yeah, of course, Dr. Sid's heal strat coming out right at the end there to secure that second place. Hopefully, things will calm down just a little bit here for map number 3.
Yeah, hopefully, because there's so many wide open spaces. But I have a very strong feeling that some teams like Influence Rage and Aatrox know that they need to put those points up on the board, and they're going to be going very aggressive right from the bat in the opening. Now, speaking of, we did say that some teams needed to step up, and Slime 4K definitely did that. I do disagree with you, Bachi. I think I don't think it was an easy win. I think considering how chaotic that map was, you needed to be at least a decent enough team to get the winner chicken dinner. But that being said, it is all the action that we love to see in the Umzansi Esports League. Now, Ackfire, we're going into our third map of the day, which is Miramar. The action is about to start. What do you think we should be expecting on this particular map? And this right now, as we're looking just before we go into the map, is the updated leaderboard, the overall leaderboard. So this is how it's standing right now in the finals. As we can see, Lag Esports, Team Unique, 4KT, and Sidemen are in the top 4 spots. Now, those are the positions that are guaranteed prizes in the Umzansi Esports League's PUBG Mobile segment for Season 4. We see the Magicians are not too far behind, neither are Aphelion Apex, but Sincerity Esports, BBC, and the rest of the pack need to also get some points on the board. There are also some other prizes and payouts which we'll be talking about much later on or closer to the final day. But for now, this is the updated leaderboard. Let's take a look at page 2 of the updated leaderboard and see the overall leaderboard and see who exactly is lagging behind me. ATROX haven't put any points on the board. Ackfire, who else on this list are you expecting to do some magic in the next few games?
I am definitely thinking that we're probably going to see more from the guys from the Infinity and Rila Insiders. We do know that these guys, even Zero Tolerance as well. We do know that these guys have the firepower. We saw them in that second stage, really go all out against, all these teams. G3 Temper as well. They're not really having the first two games that they probably would have expected, but going into the next couple of games, hopefully they can begin to perform a lot better, and they sure will definitely be motivated to at this point.
Well, motivation is key because at this point in time, like I always like to say, this is go hard or go home season. There is nothing, you can't hold anything back because the points are not waiting for you. The points need to be grabbed because someone else is attempting to grab those points. Now, we have talked about the teams that we definitely need to step up. I mean, the likes of Zero Tolerance, we know that they have it in them to be up there in the top side of the leaderboard. We haven't really seen those performances. Now, Patchy, for you, uh, Pachi, for you, who has surprised you? Looking at that leaderboard as we saw just now, which team has surprised you with their position, either good or bad?
I think actually the Sidemen's position right now on the leaderboard is a pretty good surprise for me. I think it's quite a pleasant surprise to see them quite high up on the first page. I'm not too sure, what the next few days are gonna look like. I think we're only at the first day, so we have no idea what's going to be happening. But just the fact that they're there right now is a pleasant surprise, and I have to say I'm also quite happy to see the likes of Sincerity and actually BBC up on that first page as well. So that was also quite pleasantly surprising for me personally, because I'm definitely rooting for BBC and I'd very much like to see Sincerity having some success as well. So it's good to see that they are, making some things happen here on day number one, because I really do think that, the pace, it has to be picked up with game number one of day number one, and it just has to go all the way through. There's no ways you can drop the ball on this one. It's going to be tough because, as you said, everyone is really hungry for those points. Everyone is, just grabbing at them as much as they can. So you really just cannot let it get away from you. You need to hit the ground running. You need to get going as soon as possible. So I think those are the teams that I've been pleasantly surprised by, and it's good to see them. And I'd like to see them continue to keep their pacing up through the progression of the finals.
Well, the pacing is up. The pacing has started. The pacing is fast enough to the plane to get into the sky and fly over Miramar. Ladies and gentlemen, the map is about to start. I am definitely leaving you in the very, 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 very overly capable hands of Agfire and Patchy as they talk you through all the action. I will see you after map 3.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sid. Map number 3 has reached your screens, and it is, of course, Miramar. We've got some extra space, so the teams that found themselves fumbling and bumbling and getting caught out in blue zone in map number 2, they have a little bit more space now. There's a little bit more room to play around, and I think they can just have a bit of extra breathing space. But the question is, Actfire, are they going to use that breathing space to slow down a little bit and take a breather, or are they just going to get right in there again and start causing a bit of a mess on this map?
I do think they're going to cause an early mess. As I always keep asking myself this thing, Miramar is such a big map, but how do teams find themselves early on? They do it all the time, like every single time. Maybe this time around will be different, but you always see one or two teams getting into those early fights, and just taking themselves out and having the space to do so, because it's a big map. There's less tendencies of that early third parties coming down and all that. But yeah, let's see how this one goes out, because I always love, I love Miramar fights. I feel like when you take a team out in Miramar, there's hardly, especially early on, there's hardly any third party. So you can get to play your game to the fullest. You can get to, like if you get taken out, then you deserve it. There's no mistake. There's no third party. There's no excuse. It was just right down to your team's tactics.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Miramar does definitely bring out a lot of that in the teams. Your tactics and your strategies and your movements have to be, well planned, well thought out. You can't just throw it to the wind. Although sometimes, if the time is right, you can test out your gun skills and just throw yourself into the middle of a fight. It can work out depending on what you're trying to do. But for the most part, it definitely does tend to be a map where you really have to make sure that you think about what you're doing and you keep yourself in check as much as possible, because you can definitely open yourself up to those long range fights that we absolutely know happen on this map. And you have to be cautious about where where you expose yourself, and the rest of your team, and all those rotations come through. I have to say about this map though, right now that we've got on our hands for game number 3, that flight path and zone drop were very nicely complementary. Usually the zone and the flight path have a little bit of a discord, but right there we saw the flight path going straight through the center of zone. And so a lot of these teams are going to be dropping into safety, or at least into relative safety. And maybe they'll have a little bit of an easier time of it because of that. For now, though, we're busy watching Ash go at it with Roshi there. The natural killers maybe have the potential to pick up this kill onto Ash if they play their cards right. They're certainly looking for it at least. So maybe this is the start of the natural killers getting some points in this game.
I've probably never said this on air, but I'm a huge fan of the Magicians. Not just because of not just because they won the Umzansi last season, but because of how they play. They're one of those teams who they're like selectively aggressive, right? They're like the mini G3 for me. They're very smart about how they push, how they rotate, but they're not having an easy time in the Umzansi, and I feel like they're one of those teams that will grow into becoming a really good team in seasons to come. But just as we spoke about them, you can see Ash already getting taken down right there. That is one of the disadvantages of having a split and NK natural killers who are hungry for blood to take Ash down, get themselves at least one kill right there. And just like we spoke about it, just a few minutes ago, it's such a big map, but these teams just find a way. They just find a way to get into the action early on.
Yeah, yeah, they do, and they have to. We talk about how big of a map this is, and it really is. If you've played this map any, its size is pretty large compared to the other maps. I mean, you could still traverse it in a pretty decent amount of time, but certainly those long range angles that open themselves up mean the fights start to happen a little bit earlier than maybe expected. And you can see right now Exist trying to get out of the path of G3 as quickly as he can, doing a little bit of bobbing and weaving in the buggy to try and dodge the bullets, but that can't last forever. Trying to get out of the car and find something, but gets downed by a gunner. And now the rest of the team has to come in and try and defend this, because G3 are on the hunt. They are out for blood. And after picking up that first knock, I don't think they want to stop right now. They're moving into the compound, and Faker, the rest of Unique, have a bit of a tough decision to make. Do they double down and try and res Exist and try and save Faker from this fate, or do they just get out as soon as possible? Right now, I'm not even sure if they can. G3 are just on the attack, and they're looking for it. They're looking to close this one out very quickly.
All right. So I feel like one of the things that I don't see from other teams that I see from the guys who are a bit more consistent, like G3, Slime Fork AT, is that ability to support your man even when he is getting downed, providing that cover fire as much as you can. You can see G3 right here looking for blood. This is exactly what we spoke about then. But Six God getting punished right there by Faker and sent back into that lobby. They do lose one man to that particular fight right there. Definitely not what they would have been hoping for as they go into this third game. But they've gotten themselves 2 kills. They they are a quality team, so they can still make it happen, regardless of the fact that they're down to one man. But you know, like I was saying, one of the things that I don't see from a lot of teams that are still upcoming compared to teams like Slime Fork AT and G3 is that support for their man, that support for the guy who is under fire, providing cover fire sometimes. And Patchy, do you think that is the difference, between the teams who are consistently good and the teams that are still upcoming?
Yeah, I mean that capacity is definitely something that we could see, in the tightest of situations. And I mean, we talk about this a lot, in terms of G3 being able to bring a lot of their players over into the final zones. We see it a lot when they make it up. It's either all or nothing. Either they've got like one player left, or they've got everyone left. And I think that definitely owes to the fact that they are quite capable at supporting their team. And squeaking out situations that maybe wouldn't be, normally able to actually picked up, by a team. Is like, oh, we've lost this player now. We're not going to go back and get them. It's too difficult to actually go and fetch them or res them or support them in that position. But G3 definitely is a team that can do that and has been able to do that pretty consistently. They move together, they help one another out, and they do squeak out their positions. And now they're on the attack once again. They're looking for the rest of Unique, and they've already got a knock on towards Sorry, pushing in, getting that thirst. They are punishing Unique right now, and I'm about to explain why. But they are just going in with a vengeance. Cage, the last player left, and he is just going to get taken down absolutely mercilessly, taken out of this map. And G3, I was about to say before all of this happened, the G3, that was actually a huge blow that Unique dealt them earlier on in that first initial fight. There was that one player that got eliminated on the side of G3. That's actually huge, right? It doesn't feel like it for Unique because they got eliminated, but for the rest of the teams, and for G3 especially, that was a huge blow dealt to them. That means they're one player down, and that means their capabilities, the capacity to work as a unit has been reduced considerably. And when it comes to G3, and I was just talking about how they like to bring all their players up into the end, and that really does prove to be one of their strengths a lot of the time. It's not going to be the case this time around. They've had that one player eliminated early on, and they weren't able to save him just in the nick of time. The thirst came through, and so now they're left with 3 players. And of course, now moving on to the next few fights, we've got the Rila Insiders really bringing it to Aphelion Apex. They've already put quite a bit of damage in there, and Esports is maybe looking to pick up some of those pieces there for themselves, claim a few of those kills. And this is exactly what we mean when we talk about the long ranges on this map. You can see these teams just swooping in like vultures, ready to pick up kill after kill, ready to just pick off teams when they get into fights, when they get stuck in difficult situations. Insiders, of course, continuing to take that fight and keeping a weather eye out to see if C is going to push over that hill.
Man, it's a really tough one for the guys from Aphelion Apex. They had a great game in Sanhok, with that hill strikes coming in from cold, but now they've lost 2 players. You can see Yesa just trying to move away from that position. But might he be running away from one fight and into another? Because it does look like there's probably just driving not too far away from him. And right here, you can see Influence Ray just turning their sights onto Wizard. As Nico does get a knock right there, they might be pushing. Influence Rage is one of those teams, again, that is a very aggressive team. But this season, somehow, it's just felt like there's been a lot of firepower in the Umzansi. Like, teams have just been evenly matched. That, aggression, which usually would be, something that would help you in lobbies like this, where you can just push and just take on team after team. Right now seems to be a disadvantage. It does seem like the teams who are sort of like doing well right now are those teams who know when to switch on their aggression, who know when to fight, who know how to rotate, have other dynamics about their games aside from just being a fragging team, like the guys from Slime 4KT, Infinity. It does seem like there's a whole lot more now than just being aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really does come down to the details now. Reaching the cusp of the end of the season, reaching the finals is exactly where we want to see that kind of thing. We've seen these teams slug it out. We've seen who is actually the top fraggers, who are the strategic players. But the question is, which of these teams has all of those things and wrapped neatly into that winner's package? That's what we're looking for. And right now, all these players are being put to the test. Right now, Risks pushing on up there in a very difficult battle with the rest of INF, and they're just pushing over, getting some serious damage in on towards Risks. He has managed to stay alive, though. The nades are getting thrown out, and he's retreating back to the rest of the team. But certainly, these teams are definitely being tested on every front imaginable, whether it be tactics, strategies, gunfights, all of the above. Team support, all that positioning, everything comes into play now. It does come down to those minuscule details of, when do we take a fight? Do we actually know when to pull that trigger, when to just hold off a little bit, when to support our team, when to leave them out? It really does come down to all of these questions. These teams will just have to answer the questions on those tests. They're just going to have to, be proven every single map, every single game. They are proven in the battle. And ultimately, at the end of the finals, only one team is going to come away with that win, with that #1 position. Of course, the top 4 teams taking away all those prizes, but ultimately, you definitely want those winning bragging rights.
Woo! Just take a look at that knock right there from Brunini. Just putting a stall onto that move, that push coming in from Influence Rage. You do see Influence sometimes just get into that motion where it does look like they're just gunning, to annihilate the team that's in front of them. And at that particular point in time, it did look like they were going to push onto the guys from CE Sports, but they may have that chance again as they've gotten another knock right there onto one of the players from C. They are now making that push, and this is exactly what they were waiting for. As you do see Hansley and Suli making that push right now onto that position where Brunini is, but Hansley does get taken down, and it's on fire coming in from Suli. Now it does look like the guys from CE Sports will be looking to sort of try to fight it out right here. Ooh, but it's a really, really, really tough one right there on both sides as they're getting knocks from each direction. Nico gets taken down. Sully's been able to get that res up onto Hansley. But the guys from TE Sports fighting back, holding them down, and taking Influence Rage out of the game. So sometimes aggression just may not work.
Sometimes. That was a them though. That was really, really difficult, but they did manage to come out on top. I mean, you saw those HPs at the end of that fight. That was really, really a hard fight to get through, but they did manage to win that out. They did manage to bring at least 3 of their players through into what is about to be the next round or the next zone of fighting here. You can see it has shifted up slightly towards the north, and all the teams making their way back into the treacherous field of battle, where they will be once again tested to see if they have what it takes to make it up into the final zone and get that chicken dinner for map number 3. And as this is almost the end of today's games, we have reached the second last map of day number 1 of these finals, and these teams have really had a chance to get a feel for what the rest of the weekend is going to be like. I must say, so far I've been quite impressed with some of the things that have been able to be pulled out by some of these teams, by some of these players. I mean, that performance from the Natural Killers in map number 1 was just nuts. I mean, that was literally the first fight of the weekend of the finals, and it was incredible. And I want to see a whole lot more of that moving forward. And definitely, there's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of chances for these teams and players to show us what they've got and what they're made out of and what they have to offer in these finals. Right now, G3 and the Kill Feed taking a little bit of a fight with BBC. We've got Osiris from the Natural Killers just moving around, skirting the edges here, checking out to see if they, see 4KT up ahead of them and trying to get past into the zone. A couple of fights happening as the teams do relocate and make their way in. That zone about to shift up again because it's almost in its closing position. A lot of teams concentrated down towards south. That means if the zone goes north, it's about to be a little bit of a slaughter fest. It doesn't, though. Down into the southwest it goes, and these teams will once again have to rotate just a little bit to get to safety. 4KT and the Natural Killers very much opposite one another here, but all of them need to make a rotate up into zone, which is about to move up in 45 seconds. You can see the fights breaking out in the kill feed. Still 14 teams remaining, 46 players left alive, so things are about to get spicy real quick.
Ooh, the guys from Slime 4KT losing one player right there. I do believe it was Fex that got taken down to Osiris coming in with that DMR. And yeah, definitely doing the lobby a favor because when a player from G3 or Slime 4KT does get taken down, there's a silent celebration that happens in the players' minds. I remember back in the playing days when you see the contenders getting taken out, you're happy. You're like, 1 down, 3 to go.
Now, let's see if they can pull it off here. Infinity right up ahead of them. Osiris has got this crosshairs trained right over towards them. Trying to take a bit of a fight with them. He does manage to get a bit of damage down, but he needs to reposition and keep on firing, and he does so. Pretty good position for him now. He spots the rotate out by Infinity as well, so that's given him some good information to work off of. They do need to move forward just a little bit to get into zone, and that's what they're doing. Infinity makes sure that the repositioning is their number 1 priority, especially now that the blue zone is moving in, and, well, getting yourself into a good position on this map is absolutely critical. You can see Osiris turning his attention back towards some of those players on the periphery, just making sure that they're not going to get caught out by anyone. Natural Killers scanning the horizon as well. They are very much aware of their place amongst all of this. Infinity has managed to relocate into the zone, but not much cover to work with. And I think this is going to be a difficult few fights that happen over the next zone or two. These teams are really going to be put to the test here because you can see like half of the map is very much vacant when it comes to any sort of buildings that they can use for cover. So it's really going to be up to the team's ability to play that terrain and really take the fights over it. You can see that the southeast of the map is looking very, very clustered with these teams. So I do presume we're going to see some fights breaking out there. It looks like G3 wants to reposition in towards the middle of the zone. Flaco has already made his way there as a bit of a preliminary scout. So we'll see if that manages to work out for them. The inside is in a little bit of trouble. They're up on top of the mountain though.
Man, there's a whole lot of fights that can pop up at this particular position. You do see Iron Infinity as well as the guys from Slime 4KT not too far away from each other, and with the insider sitting on top of that here. We'll be curious to see who does actually take advantage of their positions, as well as Sincerity Esports, who have not had the best of days so far, but they're still rocking a full team right here, so they might want to perform better than they have so far. So we're curious to see how well these teams do hold up their position. You can see there's a lot of teams in this spot. You got the guys from NK as well in the mix somewhere around there, not too far away from Infinity. But Infinity is one of those teams, I mean, being that team that was like the champions in the semifinals, they were the team that was bossing the lobby. Do you think that like having a backlash, or they're just warming up right now?
I think right now it really comes down to the fact that these teams are really just have been stepping up in terms of performance all over the show. I think definitely they have deeper pockets and a lot more to offer. But I think these teams have definitely come a long way throughout the season, and they definitely putting up a lot more of a fight than they were before. A lot of these teams have improved so much, even just this season itself, that yeah, it is definitely becoming more and more difficult to take a considerable lead over anyone. No one's got that upper advantage just for existing anymore. It really has become a lot more competitive. We've been calling this the most competitive season of Umzansi so far. Season 4 has certainly been that. It has been quite incredible to watch, and now Zero Tolerance under a little bit of fire here. Inside is also taking a bit of damage there from the Sincerity. It looks like C Esports wants to rotate away ASAP. It's probably a good decision if they can get into a good spot in zone right now. Maybe defend it a little bit. They do roll up on a couple of other players, though, and it's Sincerity right ahead of them. Brunini just making the damage, sending it straight in. Sincerity finding themselves in a really tough spot now. They're sandwiched in between not two, but three teams. We've got Osiris on the one side. That's Natural Killers. We've got Rila Insiders in the compound. We've got C rolling up behind them. And now Brunini getting himself into a bit of a tough spot. He thought he was confident enough to take the fight, but ultimately Inside is able to win it out for the time being. Sincerity not going to go down without a fight, and they're doing some serious damage. They're getting the thirsts as well, but ultimately the save comes through as well, just in the nick of time. Is it going to be enough to keep C Esports alive? Because as you can see, Bruni is down, and the only chance to get rezzed is very far away, and there's still plenty of teams up ahead to make it difficult. G3 taking a fight with Infinity as well, so the map is just absolutely lighting up. 8 teams remaining, 20 players left alive, but only one can take that chicken.
Man, it's been party after party at every single angle. You're seeing Infinity take on fights. You're seeing NK and Slime 4KT as well. Zeus is down. I'm not sure if they're down to the last player right there, but you can see it has been party after party at every single corner. Lag Sports is still rocking a full team, so there might be one of those teams who does come in that final zone and does take out the rest of the teams. But Infinity is still holding their own down right now. Maybe this might just be a resurgence for them on the day, as they haven't grabbed enough points in the previous games, but they're still looking solid right here, rocking a full squad and having a position within that zone. Slime 4KT down to, I do believe it is just the last man, Amar, with Zeus pretty much just bleeding out at this particular point in time, unless Amar is going to be able to get that res. It doesn't look like that's happening. And there are a couple of teams around him. Slime 4KT, who did win the previous game, still looking like they've grabbed themselves a couple of points in this particular one, as they are taking on shots from the guys from Rila Insider right there. You can see Coco and Zeke have a couple of guys at around them with Eli just hiding behind those vehicles. But it does look like their sights right now are just directed onto Amar, who's within that zone. They do make that push. Amar still holding out. He's down to 1 HP. So trying as much as possible to stay in this game as long as he can. He has gotten the heal and is still fighting it out. You can see Zeke trying to make that push, and Zeke does take Emma out, sends him back into the lobby. Finally, he's the last one for his team. He did have some support from Coco in taking Emma out of that game. So yeah, GG's to them. And still GG's to Slime for KT because we spoke about this. Even in games where they do not get the maximum points, they still grab themselves you know a couple of points right there, and that would definitely tell on the leaderboard when we do see it later on. So yeah, who do you think is going to seal this one off, Patchy, from the teams that you've seen so far?
I was gonna say it's a toss up between Infinity and Lag, but right now I think Lag are looking the strongest at the moment. They've got great zone presence, and they definitely are taking the fights and certainly finding the kills right there. One picking up Ellie, you could see that even though Mortal was going for it, they just pick it up no problem. Lag have got what it takes here. They've got the players, they've got the potential. They definitely have the skill to close this one out, no problem. I think Infinity had the numbers a bit earlier, but they found themselves a couple of stumbling blocks that they haven't managed to overcome just yet, and so I think it's a bit more difficult for them. Lag, they just have exactly what they need right now. They've got a great 2-2 split going. If they can support each other, it will be good. But Fantasy has to win this battle against Mortal right now, which is proving to be a little bit difficult, but no, easy, actually. Peasy. Fantasy just pushes right over the cliff. Mortal not expecting it, so that's an easy pick up right there. And now they're in a great position to take this fight against Infinity. The rest of the stragglers, they're just trying to stay alive as long as possible. And I'm not too sure how long that's going to be. Right now, Infinity getting themselves back up to health. Senior just making sure he gets his HP up before they take the fight. Zeke and Osiris just sitting alongside there. They're trying to squeak it out, but are they going to be allowed to? Infinity now moving through. Zeke getting caught out in the blue. Osiris actually got a good defensible spot, but for how much longer is the question? Zeke getting caught out, and down he goes, exploded into oblivion and into the lobby. Now Laga taking the fight against Infinity. These are the two teams that I thought we were going to be able to slug it out, and here they are slugging it out in the finals. There, Osiris just trying to stay alive. Maybe he'll squeak out that second place finish just by staying alive. But right now, it's a Lag versus Infinity battle. It's a 4v3v1. Lag slowly moving up, encroaching on the field. They know they need to get in and secure that safe zone for themselves and try and get a good position in it before things become even more difficult. But there's the opener. Safwan finding a shot in towards Senior. Infinity losing a few of their players. I think this is still in Lag's favor right now.
Man, it is looking like Lag may be able to seal this one up, as they do seem like they have the stronger spot within that zone. Although the guys from Infinity still might have a trick or two up their sleeves, and Osiris may be able to be that Trojan horse coming in from the side to take them down. But Lag is rocking a full squad, and they might be a well, they do look like they're going to be able to seal this one off. That would definitely be really good for them up on that leaderboard. We'll be curious to see how this game does end out. If the guys from Infinity can get one or two knocks onto like esports, and maybe Osiris comes in from another flank position, it might just turn things around. We'll be curious to see how this one does happen, as 1-9 is going towards that position where Osiris is, and does seal him off and take him out of the game. They've got themselves 10 kills right now, and they're looking pretty strong to get that winner chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, that was a great pickup for Lag. That was a thorn in their side. If they didn't remove it, it was going to be a tough push onto Infinity. But now that they have dealt with it, it is just a straight shot over to Dizzy. And Lord, can they make it happen? Berserk already moving up into position to challenge Dizzy and Lord, and he's just straight up going for it. That's going to be a little bit difficult, biting off a bit more than he can chew as a single player, and he's going to receive the damage for it. 1-9 immediately coming in for the save. He does take the first player down, and he does land the second as well. They do manage to close it out there. Lag takes that chicken dinner. A very big number of kills deposited into their account there in terms of points. Of course, Infinity will come away with that second place. Natural Killers up in third place as well. Great to see that team taking that position. Definitely a team that I mentioned I wanted to see a little bit more from, and there they are in that third position finish. They did manage to squeak that out, so that's really good. And yeah, once again, that Miramar map looking a little bit more clean than the Sanhok map. Definitely a lot less chaotic, and that's what I like to see.
Definitely exactly what we like to see. The action there. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the Umzansi Esports League gives you unprecedented action. You cannot tell who's going to do what, who's going to come out on top, especially at this point in the season when it is finals weekend and everybody is vying for the top spot. Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw map 3 Miramar. We have one more map to go for the night. We will give you the updated standings and the updated leaderboards when we come back after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4 brought to you by Northern Gaming. We have just had 3 amazing maps. One more map for the night. It was Miramar, it was Lag Esports, it was people showing up exactly when they needed to put some points on. This is Dr. Sin. I'm here with Patchy and Agfire, and we have been witnessing some amazing gameplay from Africa's finest. First off, let's take a look at the standings for the last map.
Yeah, there's some telltale signs right here. Lag Esports topping the charts for game 3, 27 points. So that's quite a considerable point drop for a single game. And this is what I like to see, these teams stepping it up, grabbing those points when it matters. Every game matters. I said that in the beginning of the stream, and now we're towards the end. We've got our final map ahead of us. And Lag Esports going into map number 4 pretty strong with that finish in map number 3. Infinity AF picking up that second place, 19 points. Natra Killers, as I mentioned, great to see them up there in position number 3, 15 points for them, as well as Rila Insiders with 15. C Esports grabbing 13 for themselves to round out the top 5, getting those double digits. Zero Tolerance, Sincerity, and G3 also able to put some points on the board, keeping it consistent, making sure that they are not dropping any zeros at the moment. So nice to see that they are continuing to move forward in this race, because that's what it is. It is a race to the finish to see who's going to finish the finals in position number 1 right now for KT. Picking up a couple of points there, 4 for them. BBC, the Magicians, and Aphelion Apex picking up 2 points apiece. Influence Rage and Team Unique also picking up 1 point each. The ATROX team and Sidemen not able to pick anything up in game number 3, but we still have one more, and of course it's a circle back all the way to Erangel where we started today off. And do I have to remind you of the craziness that we saw to start off Erangel on map number 1? I have high expectations for this map.
Expectations. Look at our MVP. That is one coming with 8 kills and 747 damage. Survival time of 24 minutes and 48 seconds. Listen, this next map that is coming up, people are gonna have to show up, otherwise is night goodbye, because this is the Umzansi Esports League and people don't play around. We don't play around. It's finals weekend. We know that we can't afford to play around. Listen, Tony, as you have seen this action, we're going to take a look at the updated overall leaderboards in a short second, yeah? But I want to ask you a question. Who is not carrying their weight as you are looking at this leaderboard, please?
For me, it's definitely teams like ATROX. They're probably having like a really tough day. But you can't really blame them. They probably haven't played at this level of intensity coming into the finals. I mean, every single team is just on fire right now. So maybe they will step it up in coming days and just begin to get into the games. But
Tony, let's take a very quick look. Look at the gap between Lag Esports and Sanhok. It's like, what is going on here?
Lag Esports is just having, one of those days. What a time for them to just step things up right there. They've gotten themselves a lot of placement points as well as a winner chicken dinner, and that's what it takes. That's what it takes to be up there. So because you see, if they do continue doing this, if they do just get themselves, maybe 10 points in the next game, they could even increase that gap more. So yeah, it's working out well.
And Patchy, very quickly, looking at the next set of teams coming up, it really isn't that far between second spot and 11th. One good game from C Esports could take them into second position.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, one good game for basically any of these teams, maybe ATROX included, could boost them up on towards the first page. It's not going to be that difficult. You drop a 30 bomb, you move yourself up all the way. And I think the same could be said for the likes of G3. We've been talking about how they have some good potential. Haven't really shown it as much as we would have wanted in today's games, but I definitely think that there's still huge potential. I mean, we talked about how 4KT was able to come back from last place to first. Still, the potential is very much there on the board, especially for the teams that we know are quite capable. But the thing is, the competition is very, very difficult. And I mean, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. We've already spoken about it a little bit. You already pointed it out, Dr. Sid. Lag is sitting all the way at the top there. And if I put my DK hat on for a second, I'd say, listen, this is not a team that you can count out right now. They're already well ahead of the teams that are beneath them. I mean, we already saw the gap between first and second. And they're already here, and they've proven that they've come to play. They've already picked up a chicken dinner, and it's only one chicken dinner. So the rest of that is placements and kills that they've accumulated for today's games. And I think they have the potential to keep that going. So I think they're actually a team to beat right now.
And speaking of that, I was just looking at this and said, listen, for Slime 4KT, who's in second position, to get to Lag Esports right now, we would need at least 27 points. That's how big the lead is. And I mean, even if Lag Esports have a bad game, which we know is not likely at all, it all the other guys have to play really well. So this is putting themselves in pole position and prepping for a really, really good weekend pushing towards the final. This is exactly what we look forward to in the finals weekend. You start big, you push and give your best right from the get-go and put all the other teams on pressure. I can't wait to see what happens in this last map because I have an idea that all they're going to be under pressure and trying to gather those points to catch up to Lag Esports at the top of that leaderboard. That possibly might need to some teams making more mistakes than they would ordinarily do if they're playing in a more relaxed position where they were closer to the person in the top spot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in about we will be going back into the gameplay for map 4 of the night. It is Erangel. We saw the chaos, like Patchy alluded to first in the first map, of how chaotic that was. And we've seen that anything can happen in this tournament. My name is Dr. Sid. This is still the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. I'm leaving you in very capable hands of Patchy and Agfire as they talk you through map 4 for the night. I will see you after the game.
There it is. We have come full circle. Thank you so much, Dr. Sid. It is map number 4. It is Erangle, and we are about to hit the dirt and see who is going to come out swinging. We've already spoken about Lag Esports and how they are leading the pack. But I must say, I must remind all of the viewers at home, this is not a ball that can be dropped. I mean, they are in the lead, but if they drop that ball, it's basically, it's going to go over instantly because every single team is ready to take that first place spot. Every single team is hungry for chickens, hungry for points, and they are absolutely going to find them if you drop that ball, if you drop that lead. So Lag Esports have a lot of pressure on themselves as well to keep things rolling forward. And like Dr. Sid said, all that pressure building up could potentially force out some mistakes. So not only is the pressure on for all of the rest of the teams, but it's also on for Lag Esports. And we're about to find out if they can deal with it. We've got a nice flight path heading in from the south to the north, up in towards Severny. All the teams dropping down onto that map, and I'm keen to see where Lag goes. I'm going to keep an eye on them for the rest of the game to see how they perform here in our 4th map and see if any of the other teams maybe pick up the pace as well.
Man, for me, if I was in a team like Lag Esports, definitely what I'll be trying to do right now is to just continue what we've been doing, get ourselves a couple of points, even if it's just 10 points, just keep on creating that space up on that table while you are currently on top of your game, because a lot of these teams are going to go back at the end of the day, watch the games, and just try to find out where they got things wrong, right? That's one of the things they're going to do. They're probably going to come in tomorrow and just tell themselves, you know what, we're going against all the guys who are on at the top, maybe take out one or two of the players. They're going to be a lot more aggressive and going to understand each other more by the next day. So yeah, grabbing maximum points in this game should be something that's on their mind, to just continue to stretch out that gap.
Yeah, stretching out that gap is exactly what they want to be doing. Make sure they can go as far ahead as possible. Try and outpace the competition. Right now, it looks like Yasunaya is a pretty interesting place to be. We've got CE Sports populating a lot of that position. A couple of teams rotating around there as well. Most of the teams are quite well spread out, though, at the moment. So maybe we won't see anything too crazy. Early on in that first map that we had of today's games, we saw Natural Killers getting into a little bit of a scuffle. quite early on, and it was quite a fight to behold. This time around, they might just want to play it a little bit safer and try and accumulate some more points, because they did pretty well in the last map, but they certainly need to continue that and put a little bit more consistency on to raise their position on the overall standing. So we'll keep an eye out and see what they do there in that regard. The zone, of course, moving in slightly north is going to force a lot of the players upward to get into that position. Lag Esports down in towards the south, also going to have to make a little bit of a journey across the line, but nothing too crazy. And of course, it is Erangel, so the teams don't have to worry too much just yet in terms of that blue zone.
So one team we usually expect a lot from, especially seeing how well they did in, the semifinals, is zero tolerance. But we're not seeing that same, dominance from them in the first game. Do you think it's just their nerves just being, upset so far? Do you think they're probably gonna step it up in the coming days and, just grab as much points as their counterparts like Lag and, Slime for KT are doing right now?
Yeah, maybe it is a bit of those early jitters coming through for, what is the finals, quite a grand stage to be on right now. It's a very difficult position for basically all of these teams where the competition is so high and there's so much on the line. All of the work that they've put in for the season now culminating in this weekend. So maybe the pressure is definitely getting to them, but I'm hoping they can deal with that a little bit. I'm sure these players are just fine where they are. They're just going to have to pick up that pace for the rest of the weekend. We know they're capable of it, but I mean, when it comes to trying to determine, who's going to come out in front, I mean, right now, every single one of these teams, we've seen them. We know that they're capable. I mean, if they weren't, they wouldn't be here. So it really does come down to your performance in the moment, on the day, in the map. Every single decision that you make is going to be impactful for the rest of the game. And
True,
yeah,
true.
right now they definitely need to crank up that dial just a little bit because, we have seen Zero Tolerance perform before. But, I mean, with all of these heavy hitters on the board right now, it's certainly not going to be an easy stage to perform on.
Ooh, definitely. As you do see Osiris getting taken down right there, and I'm not sure he has teammates to provide him that support. He might just be bleeding down, but I do see Flacco sort of like making a move right there, maybe hoping to get that confirmed onto Osiris. They need every single point that they can get. You can see Six God going down there to make that confirm happen. He does look around to see if he's gonna get a couple of players more from the guys from NK, but they are not in that position. They're all the way up in the other breach, and you can see the way the zone's shifting right now. A lot of these teams already sitting down within that zone. We might see a fight come brewing or coming down between the guys from Slime 4KT and G3. That's one all-out fight I want to see, Patchy. Like I want to see, uninterrupted. G3 go up against Slime 4KT. Like that would be a really interesting fight.
Hmm. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that would be quite an interesting one to watch. It certainly would be very entertaining to see those two teams just sort of slug it out with all they've got uninterrupted. But for now, we'll have to wait for that. We'll have to just hold our fingers that maybe is going to happen sometime during this finals weekend. We'll keep an eye out for that fight if it does eventually happen. But for now, I'm just going to watch the team slowly moving their way up, getting their way into safety, making sure they're good to go for now. It does look like that George area is getting quite popular. Yasnaya also getting a little bit populated there with some teams moving into the area. All the teams kind of just getting in range. You can see Slime 4KT just turning their attention to some of the teams rotating in the vicinity. Kage almost getting taken down there by some DP fire coming out of Slime. And ultimately, no knocks just yet. All the teams just getting positioned. They don't really want to hard commit to any fights right now because, of course, if you're the first team to go out, you walk away with no points. So, and of course, we know that those last few slots um, don't give you any points. So all the teams are kind of hesitant to take any fights right now because then they'll walk away with nothing. And I mean, we've been talking about how important it is to be consistent and just keep putting points on the board. So right now, these teams, they're just playing it very cautious to start things out.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You can see that zone pretty much occupied, but all these teams are just trying as much as possible to hold their position. You can see Hansley just realizing there are a couple of players around him and changing position, but the guys from ATROX are not too far away from him as Yaya does pull away from his position and is able to escape right there as Hansley just stopped right there looking for blood and tried to get a knock from him. Maybe Nico might be more successful, but he actually isn't. They do continue to chase, but by now the guys from Aatrox have pretty much departed from this region. INF is also one of those teams that needs to step it up. They haven't had that much luck in this game so far. But we do know they have the firepower. Maybe Sully and his boys might be looking at this game and pulling rabbit out of the hat because right now they're sitting in a good position within that zone and they might just be able to pull this one off. You can see that zone shifting again. The guys from INF find themselves within that zone as well as several other teams like Sidemen. Infinity is pretty much just holding that edge at Pochinki as they usually do. You got the guys from GTC in down at that building, sorry, at that bridge. And this is where things now begin to get interesting as the guys from Slime for Casey will be looking to get into a spot within that zone with several different teams around them. You have G3, you got Aphelion Apex as well, and it does seem like a whole lot of holding for them to cross if they are looking towards getting in that central spot. But if not, they can just hang around that spot within that bridge and just move into that zone. So, Patchy, how do you think this one's going to shape off? As you can see, the several different teams just laying their claim to different spots, and it's going to be a really tough one in the next zone. Maybe not this zone right now, but once it makes that shift, and a lot of these guys have got to move, that's when things start to become really interesting, and we'll see the teams dropping.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. This is certainly where things start to heat up from here on in. That zone is going to get smaller and smaller, of course, and those teams will definitely be forced to fight. But I think they might want to start engaging a little bit earlier than that to try and open up some of the space. We saw how things worked out on Sanhok when the teams were all alive in the final few zones, and it certainly did not work out too well. There was just so much chaos, so much to worry about. The teams found themselves facing down almost insurmountable odds. Right now, G3 taking a bit of a fight against the Magicians. They're in the kill feed, and the Magicians suffering some heavy losses. Their Ash getting claimed and eliminated right there. Of course, so we do have INF right up on our screens just ahead of Sincerity, who have been doing a pretty good job of keeping up some good points every single game, which is really great to see coming out of them. G3 continuing their fight and taking on the Magicians there, finding a few eliminations here and there. And this is what G3 tends to start doing, is really just picking off players left and right, not even full committing to fights. It's just finding people who are rotating or just catching players out. And when they make mistakes, just punishing them. That does seem to be G3's style. It has been for a while. And well, they're pretty good at it. Now that all the teams are getting up close and personal, you can see they're all congregating in that sort of western area there, along with Slime 4KT. Things are about to get spicy because, of course, putting yourself in the range of battle means that you can definitely pick up kills, but you've got to be very, very careful that you don't get picked up yourself because everyone is looking for the kills. Everyone is hungry for battle. They're looking for the points. But you definitely don't want to be the first team to get eliminated. We still haven't had any eliminations yet.
Yeah, we haven't. But taking a look at this position right now, you got Slam 4KT, you got Zero Tolerance. Zero Tolerance is one of those teams that needs to step it up right now. But Slam 4KT having that, I do believe it's a 2-2 split or a 2-1-1 split with Zeus and his teammate just holding those corners right there. If they do get one or two knocks, they might be looking to make that push and get those extra kills because looking at that leaderboard and that space between Lag and Slime for KT all the way in that second spot, they do need the kill points as well as the placement points if they're going to look to challenge Lag all the way up on that leaderboard currently. So I mean, aside from getting the kills, which is obvious, and getting those placement points, do you think it's enough time for these teams to start to panic? Judging, from the space that exists in that leaderboard with Lag.
I don't think there's so much panic in that sense, but there's definitely a little bit of urgency to get things rolling, to get that ball rolling a little bit quicker than usual. You know, you don't want to start too late right now, because
Mm-hmm.
if you, I mean, we know that these teams are capable. We've been talking about how capable these teams are, and we've been talking about a lot of teams over the span of this today's matches. We've touched on quite a number of them, and just sort of shown off some of their styles and what they like to do. But ultimately, you know, we know each one can definitely put the performance on. We've seen them do it. The real question is always just at what point. You know, some teams maybe take a little bit longer to really just rev up into that full potential and 100% performance. And yeah, I think the urgency is definitely there to ramp up a little bit quicker and just get things going a little bit quicker. You know, there's no time to rest. And I think that's definitely becoming quite apparent at this point in time, especially as Lag takes that considerable lead. All these teams are going, oh, hold on, we can't just be performing, you know, at 100%. We need to overperform right now. We need to be putting on 110%, 120% to actually go beyond and just make sure that we are outpacing our opponents, because right now that's what Lag has been doing in today's games. At the very least, they've been outpacing a lot of players. Now they're not unreachable. It's not like they cannot be dethroned from their position, but certainly they've started off fantastically for this weekend's games. They've given themselves a really great boost and a really good start, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. You know, when we started today's games, right in the beginning, I said you got to hit the ground running. That's what Lag has done so far. And as I said, I'm going to keep an eye on them in this game, because if they keep that pacing up, if they continue to finish strong in map number 4 here, then I definitely think they're in contention for even just continuing to lead the pack throughout the rest of the weekend, which is quite crazy to say. We've been waiting to see if anyone's going to step up in a big way. And, you know, usually when you get into this match, it's always the 4KTs and G3s that we talk about, just because they've been such consistent winners over the last few seasons. But, I mean, when it comes to season number 4, anything's possible. And, you know, it could definitely be taken by the likes of Lag. No problem.
Man, I would definitely love to see a new team, a new title contender in this one. But you can see the guys from Slime 4KT already making that push onto zero tolerance as they do get 2 knocks themselves. And we'll be looking to speak out hate. You can see Zeus and Cole already making that push. It's pretty much just 2 players from Slime 4KT leading this chart right there, as H does get a knock onto one of the players from Slime 4KT. It is just Zeus in this position, and he does have to be careful. Chooses, he does, he's able to fight it out and get that knock for his team, and pretty much get that revive onto his teammates. So you can see right there, it was pretty much just 2 players from Slime 4KT who put up in that position and were able to get that knock. But take a look at Aphelion Apex, all right, because I just saw this right now. What do you think they're doing right here? They've got Kage all the way really close to Slime 4KT, and then they've got 3 players, you know, sitting all the on the other side. You know, Seiko, Cold, Rusty are all alone, and it's not like Kage is AFK, right? He's totally alive, but it's a 3-1 split. How do you think this strategy works out for teams?
You know, when it comes to a 3-1 split, usually you would expect it to be either 3 players moving in for an attack and 1 player like assisting from the back. You know, maybe they've got a height advantage or a really good defensible position, and they sort of you know, assist the team in pushing and in attacking. They sort of catch the rotators that are trying to jump out of the building or something like that. Or it's a, you know, 1 player scouting out, and the 3 laying on the back line, just waiting and making sure that he doesn't die. A 3-1 split across half the map, however, not really what you want to be looking at. It does definitely spread the resources a bit thin and throw one of the players out into the open with no a chance of assistance. Of course, turning our attention now, we've got Unique taking a fight with Infinity, and right now, Infinity got a pretty good leg up on the matter. Shots coming in from Lord, and he will just close out some of those kills, and definitely not the situation you want to be throwing yourself past. Some nice bridge cabin coming on, and Sorry coming in and taking the fight here. We'll get an Elam on to Butte, and that's G3 getting some of their players taken down. It's definitely not what they had in mind for this map, and you can already see they're moving into position to try and take a little bit of vengeance, which seems to be the path that G3 has been on all day long. It's just been the path of revenge. Certainly, they woke up on that side of the bed today, and now they're going in to see if they can pick up Sorry and make him pay for what he's done to the team. In any case, we're down to 14 teams, so at least there have been a couple of eliminations, which is a little bit earlier than some of the previous maps, but we need to see a whole lot more for things to be alleviated on this map right now.
Man, it's a really tough one for all these teams. You can see G3 haven't lost another player themselves again. They've got themselves about 3 kills so far, but they'll be looking to see if they can seal this one through, if they can get more points so far, because it's been a tough day for them. They've not been able to dominate the games as they would have in couple seasons, but it's still just the first game. They can still grab a whole lot more points. So they're just retreating away from that position where Sorry is. But you can see Slime for KT moving into the positions where you do have the guys from Rila Insider. Does look like we're seeing a fight coming down between them as two of the players from Rila Insider have been taking out. The smokes coming out right there. As you do see Slime for KT having lost one player there. They're currently not with Zeus, because Zeus is not able. Okay, wait. They are actually with Zeus. It just looked like they were not with him. Slime for KT sending out those nades. They haven't made that full push onto Rila Insiders, but the nades able to get Zeke down. It does look like Rila Insider is just down to the one player, which is Coco, who has been able to get the revive onto Treep. Now they will be turning their sights onto Zeke. Coco's trying to get that angle, that spot. You can see Sincerity pulling up again, coming in from the corners and trying as much as possible to take down the guys from Slime 4KT, but they do defend their position quite well and can get that revive onto Ama.
Yeah, 4KT just keeping themselves in this one, able to push Easy back from the sideline flank. A little bit of a difficult prospect for Easy, unfortunately. Sincerity not going to make it through in map number 4. But at least Rila Insiders have managed to use that time to pick themselves back up and give themselves a fighting chance against Line 4KT. It's 3v3. They've actually decided to rotate away, which is probably the best decision given the situation in the zone being so far away. They just need to get across that line as quickly as they can. 11 teams still remaining. 4KT turning their attention towards the vehicles, making sure they're getting that rotation in nice and quick. But is it enough? Is it going to be quick enough? Natural Killers moving in from the south. Infinity now trying to back up against that particular direction. D3 also moving in to try and claim some of that space for themselves. And you can see the eliminations now coming through as all of these teams move into the same position. We've got C Esports right up here with the Sidemen as well. BBC up on the hill. They've come in and they're getting hit as well. Kratos getting taken down there by an explosion. The rest of the team moving in. Target getting eliminated by the blue zone. Slime 4KT finding themselves in a fight with Infinity and, of course, Influence now. Shots coming through from just about everywhere. I mean, look how crazy things have become, and it's only going to get crazier.
Man, just take a look at the boys from Sidemen holding that position and that edge in those buildings. Not too far away from C Esports. They can also begin to pop other shots onto C themselves, but C Esports still trying as much as possible to hold on to this one, as it does look like they did get knocked onto Metrics as he was trying to make that move onto that building, but Metrics is getting that revive. You'll be curious to see how, if they can get themselves into a good spot, but they've got to go all out against the guys from Sidemen, as they're pretty much just holding those compounds right there. You can see within that zone it's pretty much tough for every single team. We're down to just 9 teams left. The boys from BBC are still holding up in this one. I'm sure Esmer is going to be happy about that watching the game. You also got influence rate, still keeping it up, still keeping it going. Sidemen just holding these buildings might look to get some extra points in this game.
Yeah, everyone's about to be thrown into the frying pan once again as that blue zone is almost about to shift up. We're about to go in towards zone number 6, and things are going to get difficult for these teams. Sidemen now getting pushed by C Esports, who've moved in towards the tree, but that smoke is not going to do anything to stop the bullets. BBC also on the sideline, ready to put the hits in, and they are in a very difficult position. C Esports very much just, oh man, I was about to say they're in definite danger of a nade, and that's exactly what happens. The nade just comes in and eliminates them. No problem. The cluster just not working out. They were not able to find the cover they were looking for, and they get instantly punished for it. Now everyone trying to move on up into the last, or what could be the last zone, perhaps the second last zone. Infinity now pushing up in towards G3. Of course, on this side, we have Lag trying to survive here. One just up on the side of the hill against the Rila Insiders. Here's Kato. He's putting the damage into G3. Gunner goes down, and this might be the end of G3 for map number 4 as they are pinned down behind some trees. Six trying to escape from the situation. He's trying to get that rotated as quickly as possible, but he's about to be greeted by a whole lot of other teams. Oh, the Rila Insiders just turn their attention there and get the kills, get the elimination as well. 1-9 actually moving in to see if he could find anything of his own, but no, eliminated immediately. All of these teams just moving up into the zone. There's too many crosses, too many angles to watch, and these players are under pressure right now. INF moving up, BBC trying to hold out, but they're getting pushed by the Sidemen as well. It's an all-out bloodbath for these teams trying to make it into the final zone. 4 teams remaining, 13 players left alive. But look at this. Everyone is just threatened. There's just danger, and the blood is absolutely flowing.
Man, we were talking about earlier on that Infinity wasn't really providing that dominance in the game, but now coming into this final game, you can see them having a full squad, although they've got a knock right there, but with the smokes, they might be able to get that revive onto their player. Simon and BBC still putting in the fight, still putting in the work. They've gotten themselves into top 3, so that's a whole lot of points for them. But Infinity has the numbers sort of like sealed this one through for their team. They've got the zone, they've got the numbers. BBC is down to the one man, except they're able to get that res. If Vala can get that res, he might be able to provide his team the opportunity to sort of like change this game around. We've seen 2v4s work out for teams, so they might be able to take on the players from Infinity. Sidemen, sad boy is all alone. The shots are coming his direction from Kato, but he's not able to connect those shots so far. And yeah, it's definitely looking like what the guys from Infinity needed in this game. They gotten themselves a whole lot of kills, currently sitting with 13 kills in this game, as well as looking really solid to get that winner chicken dinner. We're down to just 6 players alive, and Patchy, this is pretty much just cleaning up at this particular point in time.
Yeah, I mean, you were calling for Infinity to step it up and grab at least a chicken dinner at one point in these games, and it looks like they're about to make that happen. And I think it's definitely done and dusted, even though a nice nade coming in from Faluk does delay that push a little bit. I'm unsure if he's going to be able to 1v3, and certainly taking this fight, he will not be able to do so. It is cleaned up by Infinity AF, and well, I think you're going to be happy about that one. They've picked up so many kills. I mean, look at that. That's just a huge boost to their points. They're going to be quite happy considering they didn't really manage to find what they were looking for in the previous games, but come around to Erangel the second time, and Infinity take that win. They pocket a good number of kills. BBC coming in second place. So it's nice to see them up there in the top 3 and also going to pocket themselves a good number of kills. And the Sidemen coming in at position in number 3. So overall, we've had quite a different performance every single game. I mean, in the past, we might have seen a single team dominating match after match, but I mean, this time around, we've actually had quite a number of teams getting chickens. We've had quite a number of teams consistently performing, getting some good points on the board. We've had Lag take a really good sprint, and now we've had the Infinity AF drop a huge point bomb here in the 4th map. So it has been a very interesting start to the finals weekend.
Yes, this the today is just saying that life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. So is the Umzansi Esports League. You can't tell who's gonna do what when it is finals weekend because everybody will come through and surprise you and play their top game because it is the big prize pool time, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, people are fighting for big, big, big money. Now, Tony, what was your highlight of that particular map?
For me, it was everything, from the fights coming down from Slime 4KT to, how Infinity made those rotations and got themselves into that final circle, how they sealed off that game. That was the most important thing for me because coming into this third game, they needed those points, right? Everyone's looking at them to see how they can perform. And after winning, or being in the top spot in the semifinals, this definitely goes down well for them.
Well, it was great to see that. Patchy, I do have another question though. There was a particular engagement when I think Slime 4 Key were taking on, I think it was probably Influence Rage. I think they had popped a few players and then they backed off on that engagement, giving them time to get the res. I can't help but think if they had pushed on, and sort of finish that battle, the game could have turned out totally differently.
Yeah, I mean, when these players and teams are under pressure, it really comes down to second decision making, which is, I mean, if you know anything about esports and team organization, you know that there's an IGL and he's calling the shots, and he has to be. A lot of the time, the structure is a little bit different. Sometimes the teams will have it so that everyone in the team and the group has a bit of a say on what happens. But ultimately, you always want that one voice that's able to say, no, this is what we're doing, and we have to stick to it. And sometimes that decision can be a decision that ultimately isn't the best in the moment, and only we can see that. A lot of the times the players can't see that because we get to see everything that's happening. We can see, oh, look, those people are in this player, look how low their HP is. The players can't see that. They don't know exactly what's happening. They don't know exact positions necessarily all the time. They're not aware of any third parties, so for them the pressure is huge. I mean, it's like, okay, there's a potential for third party here, there's a potential for third party here. I heard some shots coming from that way, so there's a fight happening there, somebody's over there. Got to make sure that you're making the best decision possible with the information you have available. So when it comes down to it, it's that split second decision making. The IGL calls, no, we mustn't push forward on here. There's too much threat coming from that way. If we push here, we're going to die. Let's get the reses in. Let's try and get our team back up to full HP and see if we can re-engage somewhere else. Maybe just bolster our numbers and try and get ourselves into a better fighting position instead of trying to hard commit in a place where we might just get taken down. So it really comes to that second by second decision making. Sometimes it's fantastic. Sometimes, yeah, it's not as good as it maybe could be based on the information that we know, but the information that they always have available isn't necessarily what we have. So yeah, it's a tough decision to make, but you have to make those calls. I mean, that really comes down to the success of these teams. You have to have that one voice that says, we're doing this, otherwise it's chaos in the team.
And I like the fact that you just explained that, because some people don't understand exactly how complicated it is when you're playing esports tournaments like these. The amount of communication, the level of coordination that goes into putting together a team and having a successful team. Now, we do have the standings after the final game 4. Tony, do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, you can see again, the guys from Slime 4KT getting themselves some kills, but going all the way in the top, you have Infinity AF, who didn't really have a good start to today, getting themselves 30 points. That is a whole lot of points to get in just one game. But BBC as well doing well in this game, coming in with 18 points as well as Influence Rage. It does look like a couple of players or a couple of teams who were not doing so well, in the earlier stages of today, have just come back and tried to fight their way in. The guys from Sidemen doing well for themselves again, getting themselves into good spots and getting themselves 14 kills right there. With the rest of the teams just sharing even points of 9-8-8-8 between G3 Temper, Rila Insider, and Slime 4KT.
I can't wait to see what does the next page look like, because it's looked like the table has flipped on its head. I mean, Lag Esports is still up there, but some of these teams down in the bottom, ATROX haven't put on any points today. Zero Tolerance Skills not impressing me at all. Obviously, because I know what they're capable of. Teams like Aphelion and Apex with the Hill Strat doesn't seem to be working for them again, and C Esports also right there seems to put in some points. So I mean, all this is nice, but in a few moments we'll be taking a look at probably the MVP, and then telling you exactly how these points on this standing affect the overall standing. So now the MVP obviously is Kato from Infinity AF with 7 kills, a damage of 1,010, and a survival time of 23 minutes and 46 seconds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll. We are about to find out exactly how the overall leaderboard has shown after game 4 for the day. Patchy, woo! What do we see?
Oh yes, I love it to see it. Lag Esports still leading the pack, but followed very closely by our game 4 winners, the Infinity AF, with 59 points. Now, that's almost 10 points. In fact, I'd say that's about 11 points behind, or 10 points behind, but 9 points behind. Man, my math is not there. In any case, they're quite close behind Lag Esports. Sidemen with 40 points, as well as 4KT with 40 points. And I was talking about how 4KT can come back from a serious loss, and that is exactly what we're looking at. 4KT didn't really start off super strong, but they were able to deposit points here and there and here and there, and now they've managed to work their way up to 4th place here on this leaderboard. Rila Insider's also pretty close. You know, they're a team that hasn't really bust out any chicken dinners yet, but they've managed to put on enough points to stay up here on the leaderboard. Now, I mean, that's just not cut and dry enough for the rest of this weekend. And I think we're going to see some huge shifts when it comes to this first page. But at least to start things out, you know, I'm starting to ask the question, this looks kind of like the way we started season 4 out. And I'm getting a little bit suspect now to see, okay, who's going to pull out ahead? Because we saw a lot of teams that pulled out ahead in the beginning of season 4 drop out towards the end in the semifinals. So we've had some strong finishes today, but the consistency is what it's going to really come down to moving forward throughout the rest of the weekend. All of these teams, yeah, sure, they're on the second page here. You can see the points on the right-hand side there, what they've managed to scrape together after today's games. But the fact of the matter is, we still have some more games left for the rest of the weekend, and anything could still change. I mean, if you drop a 30 bomb and you're G3 temp, if you drop a 30 bomb in a single game, you move up from 13th position up onto the first page and probably up in towards like the middle somewhere, you know, and that's in a single game, maybe even higher. So anything could really change. Just one game could make the difference. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. I think when we get to the finals of the finals, you know, with that final match, I think it really is going to come down to a single game. I think we're going to have teams that are so closely matched, so evenly matched, that it really is going to come down to the final moments of the game. And that's really a testament to what we've been saying this whole time long. It's been a competitive season. And now that we've moved into the finals, you can see, I mean, Akfa actually pointed it out just towards the end of that game. He said, the teams that weren't performing earlier on today have now come up and put some points on the board. We just watched Infinity AF move on to the first page. It's exactly that. Teams will perform here, other teams will perform there. It's so evenly matched that I think this is definitely going to come down to the wire.
So, ladies and gentlemen, finals weekend, the first day of the finals. You can see the stage is set for some exciting gameplay coming up this weekend. You do not want to miss any of the action. At this point in time, I'm going to say thank you to Akfire and Patchy and tell you guys you need to be here tomorrow when we continue with more action from the Umzansi Esports League Season 4. This is the grand final weekend. My name is Dr. Sid, and I will see you tomorrow.